Neneh, you're not clear.
Can you hear me?
Neneh, you're not clear. Yeah, I can, but you're not clear at all. Neneh?
Yes.
Yeah, your connection is really bad. Are you using Wi-Fi?
You can.
Are you using Wi-Fi?
Okay.
Neneh?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mel?
Yeah, I can hear you, but your video is a bit distorted. Okay, I think Neneh has gone off. Let me see. Accept again. Okay. Yeah.
The enemy of progress has started. Oh, let me cast the devil.
Woo!
Let me cast the devil and put him or her to shame.
Okay, Neneh. Good evening, and
Good evening.
good evening, everyone. We just want to welcome you to this live program. So basically, just to give a rundown, Neneh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm hearing you.
Okay, good. So to give a rundown, I think on the 12th of September, we had a very unprecedented event in the Gambia. 3 police officers were shot. We had 2 casualties, i.e., meaning 2 of them, died. They were pronounced dead on arrival at the hospital. And we still have a 3rd uniform officer, a lady, who is in hospital in critical but very stable condition, as we are told, as per the press briefing of the police. Now, this is a very sad and unfortunate incident in the Gambia, and I call it unprecedented because I know there are individuals that are making reference to when the gentleman Danso guy shot I think it was Echo Mahoney. But the distinction in that crime was that it was between a subordinate and his boss, and they were all serving. I think they were all active members of the field force at the time, if my memory serves me right. So basically, a crime of such nature, where 3 in recent times is unprecedented in the Gambia. And I think it's a very, very serious and worrying situation, because it stands to send a different signal, especially with regards of the security situation in the Gambia. Of course, being cognizant to a lot of things that have been happening lately in the Gambia. So it's sad, it's unfortunate, it's a very inhumane act, callously executed by unknown persons or an individual we do not yet know, and we are not sure. Everything is sketchy, and I think I am right to say that Gambians have more questions on their on their minds than answers, and this is following the very famous radio what's it called, how should I call it? Is it a coffee time with Peter Gomez, where the presidential advisor Ibrahim Sankare was on, and of course this particular episode of that coffee time with Peter Gomez is rather infamous. It has caused more rift, further polarized Gambian society, and brought about more division, both politically and I should say just within Gambians as well, even those who are not politically active. Now, subsequent to this gruesome attack, we saw that two officials of the United Democratic Party, which is the largest opposition party in the Gambia. I dare say it's the largest political party in the Gambia. Yes, it is not the ruling party. Of course, NPP is the ruling party. But I think in terms of numbers, tangible and substantive numbers, one can accurately say that the UDP is the largest political party in the Gambia, and definitely one of the oldest, not the oldest, but one of the oldest political parties in the Gambia. And following this gruesome murder of two police officers, we saw that the police issued a presser where they stated, and this is following social media uproar, where everybody was asking questions and everybody was talking from different quarters, and mentioning the fact that both Sabali, who is the spokesperson for the United Democratic Party, and of course Sonko, I think Sonko is a serving councillor, if I'm right, Neneh, I stand to be corrected. Yeah. Is he a serving councillor of the Brikama Area Council?
Yeah, a nominated councillor of the
Brikama Area Council, and he as well was invited for questioning. So basically, that prompted the police to issue a press release stating that they were invited for questioning in connection to utterances that they made subsequent to the attack on the security personnel, and of which two of them lost their lives. Now, I'm just trying to give a timeline of what we're going to discuss about. And so basically what happened after that, this occurred on the 12th of September. And I think barely 48 hours after that, if I'm right, if I stand to be corrected, and people in the comment section or anybody else can correct me, Neneh, you're in Gambia, you have the facts. I think barely 48 hours after this very, very gruesome act. Oh yeah, I've just been corrected. Sabali is the campaign manager and not the spokesperson of the United Democratic Party. So I take that back. Correction. Thanks for correcting me. Sabali is the campaign manager, not the spokesperson of the UDP. The spokesperson of the United Democratic Party, I think, is Almami Funding Tal, right? If I'm right. So Sabali is the campaign manager. Now, 48 hours after, we had the government spokesperson went on coffee time with Peter Gomez, and in that episode of coffee time with Peter Gomez, he made very startling revelations, very, very startling revelations, revelations that really brought, it left everyone, I think everyone that came across that deliberation between Peter Gomez and the government spokesperson Sankare, was left struck in awe, and they were just further confused, further shocked, because the revelations on that episode were like brutally serious, and they had very, very, serious ramifications on the very political fabric of the country, and by extension, the already existing fragile security situation in the Gambia. So in that episode of Coffee Time with Peter Gomez, the government spokesperson mentioned a few things. Now, some of the things that he mentioned were, one, that this attack was done by a particular individual, and that particular individual is associated with the United Democratic Party, which is the largest opposition party in the Gambia, and that this individual has confessed to his crime, and that there were accomplices involved, that it was an act of terror, and that this particular individual was very present at the court hearing of the chairman of the Brikama Area Council, which again is one of the main figures of the United Democratic Party, and also the fact that there were visual images, there were CCTV footages, there were photographs, there were videos of this particular person being tied down to the United Democratic Party, and that he was a trained assassin. Thank you, Abdullah. He was a trained assassin, and this so prior to this, prior to the utterances of Ibrahim Sankare on Coffee Time with Peter Gomez, the entire nation was together. There was a collective coming together. There was a collective outcry. There was a collective condemnation of this gruesome act against the police. The entire nation was together in mourning, in condemning. The entire nation was in shock, was in a state of confusion, and it did not matter what sector of the country that people were from. It was a collective and unanimous outburst of condemnation against whoever was the perpetrator of this very heinous act. So we saw a cross section of every single political party, every single ethnic group, every sector of society, people in government, people in the private sector, people even non-Gambians alike that are residing in Gambia. Everybody came out to condemn this act because they felt that this was really bad. It is something that Gambia does not know. It is something that is not very familiar in Gambia, that Gambians are not used to seeing their police officers being gunned down in public. So for me, my take, and of course, like I say, it's just my opinion, I felt that was a moment where you could see that there was a unified cry in an already polarized society. Then, bam, came Sankare. And the things that Sankare said had left very, very bitter taste in the mouths of the average Gambian, because what it did was to try to link that crime to say that this was a politically motivated crime. It was a politically motivated crime, and not only was it a politically motivated crime, but he was linking it to a particular sector of society, a particular political party. And we know how that went, because right after he did that briefing, or sorry, the interview on Coffee Time with Peter Gomez, the Brikama Area Council issued a statement where they vehemently denied having any sort of association with this alleged gunman. In fact, I missed that. In fact, Sankare did mention to say that the alleged gunman was an employee of the Brikama Area Council. But the Brikama Area Council came out with a very strongly worded rebuttal, where they absolutely denied having any sort of association whatsoever with the alleged gunman. Neither was he an employee of the Brikama Area Council, and neither was he known to them. So this was a very strong rebuttal that was released by the Brikama Area Council, and one of which the government spokesperson or the police could not counter. And therefore, all indication was that the Brikama Area Council was giving an accurate statement, and that the government spokesperson's utterances with regards to the employment of the alleged gunman at the Brikama Area Council was false. The second rebuttal was that I'm losing my trend of thought because I'm trying to read the comments. The second rebuttal, the first was from Brikama Area Council. The second one, Neneh, remind me, what was the second one? Oh, the second one, no, I'm fine, I got it. The second one was that the guy was very present at the court hearing of Chairman Yankuba Dabo, and that in fact, by extension, he was one of his security detail, his private security. Again, the camp of Chairman Yankuba Dabo vehemently denied that. And not only that, but the picture that was circulating, the picture that I don't know where that picture originated from, whether it was the police, because apparently Sankare was furnished with these images, and it turned out that this individual was somebody who lived in Busumbala, and somebody who was a security.
Brufut, not Busumbala.
Brufut, somebody who lived in Brufut, and somebody who was part of the private security detail of Chairman Dabo. So again, this couldn't be countered by either the government spokesperson Sankare or the state operative, security operative, i.e. the police force. So therefore, again, it meant that that information that Sankare gave authoritatively on Coffee Time with Peter Gomez was false. And therefore, what happened was, we saw the third one. The third one was the police in their press briefing mentioned that this was an MFDC rebel that is linked to the rebel group in Casamas. And I don't know how accurate that is, but again, we have not seen a rebuttal. But there are social media releases where it is purported that the MFDC group has actually rejected that claim and has rejected any form of association with the alleged gunman, that he is not known to them, that he is not part of their movement or group. He was never a part of their group, and they have never had any dealings of any sort with him. So these are three main rebuttals that came subsequent to the interview that was granted by the government spokesperson. So what this meant, basically, in plain language, is that the utterances of the government spokesperson did not amount to statements of fact. It means, in ordinary plain language, that they were false. So even though, when you listen to Coffee Time with Peter Gomez, the government spokesperson was very emphatic with the information that he was giving to the Gambian public, and he was absolutely certain, he was absolutely sure that the information that he was giving to the Gambian public was, at the time of giving that information, accurate. However, it didn't take a long while that we realized, the Gambian public realized, that that was not the case, and that those utterances were false. Albeit now we know that he was innocently misled to believe that whatever he said on Coffee Time with Peter Gomez was accurate at the time of him saying it. Now, what we saw again in this matter was that the police sent a notice that they were having a press conference. And in this press conference, of course, the country was yearning. People were looking for answers. So the police informing Gambians that they were coming out with a press conference was indeed greeted positively by the average Gambian, because people wanted to hear and know what information it is that the police have, but also because of the backlash of the government spokesperson's comments on Coffee Time with Peter Gomez, people were also looking for some sort of clarification or some sort of corroboration from the police, corroborating the utterances of the government spokesperson, or, as we saw happened, completely deviating from what the government spokesperson said. But what we were looking for was some form of clarity. Now, we had the police conference, the police press conference, and I'm going to talk a bit about the police press conference, because that is the crux of this whole purpose of doing this live video. But I'll put my finger on that, and I want us to put our finger on that and put a pause on that, and let us go to the issue of Sabally and Sonko. If you think that's okay. But Neneh, feel free to comment on anything I've said so far, and then we will put our fingers on that, on the police press briefing, because that is the substantive reasoning for us having this live video, to delve into the police press briefing, look at what the police said, measure it, try to weigh it, try to make sense of it, and then come out with a plausible or possible conclusion or scenario. But before that, let us talk about okay, so Neneh, somebody is commenting that indeed I was right when I said Busumbala, that he is not from Brufut, he is from Busumbala. It is the alleged gunman that is from Brufut. But the security detail, the person who they were sharing his picture, his images, that he was the alleged gunman, indeed does live in Busumbala. It is the person in custody now, the suspect that the police have, that actually lives in Brufut.
Right.
So I was correct in that.
I was referring to the suspect that is in custody.
Yes, the suspect. No, I was referring to the gunman, to the alleged gunman, who turned out to be the security detail. So I'll put a hold on that, and let us go to I want us to talk about this the charges that have been preferred against Sabally and Sonko, because I think it is very important that we go into those charges, make sense of those charges, look at the rationale behind having these people invited for questioning, detained beyond the mandated constitutional limit that the police have to detain accused persons and or suspect, and look at why is it that these individuals, all of whom are from the same political party, were head on heels after this gruesome attack, were arrested and now charged and being asked to report to the police daily. But feel free to comment on anything so far.
Okay, I think thank you very much. Those were very, very apt analysis and very, very important. Thanks again for your time, for coming for us to talk about things that really are very close to the hearts of the citizenry. First of all, for me, every time I want to talk about this issue, my mind goes to the families of the fallen soldiers. And of course, the lady that is still, at the time of coming to this live, I learned she's still at the hospital, but recovering. So condolences to the families, condolences to the entire Gambia. I keep on saying this is not any family's tragedy. This is a national tragedy. It's all of us that should be mourning, that should be disheartened, that should be angry to know who did this gruesome act to make sure the person pays the price. And wishing the lady at the hospital the officer speedy recovery so that she can get back to her family and then get back to work is really important. Now, like you said, the timeline of things. For me, it's about Yancy's case, right? After Yancy's case, it was that very day or the day after that Sabali made those utterances on Facebook. Likewise, Bayo Sonko, right? And then fast forward on the 12th, this gruesome killing happened, right? Which, like you said, for once again, the whole country were in unison in regards to one issue. That was the killing of these officers. Because I don't think any right-minded individual would have thought otherwise or would feel otherwise. I did not see at that time anybody who was thinking different than, you know what, this is gruesome, this is unacceptable, this is unfair, because these officers are part of us. They're human beings, and they're out there to serve us, right? So definitely, their fundamental human rights ought to be protected by everybody, and they are brothers. When they are off those uniforms, they are brothers, they are husbands, they are sisters, they are aunties, their mothers, their fathers. So they are one of us, you know, when they are out of the uniform. So now, I mean, when that happened on that time, now comes the press, not the press briefing, the utterances of Sankare on Coffee Time. My problem with that is, well, I know Sankare, and I don't take him serious for nothing. Anyways, so when people were wailing and Sankare, I was like, are you serious? Is it new to you? Are you shocked? Are you surprised? I was not. But the issue I have with that interview that Sankare had with Peter Gomez, for me, I call it very, very irresponsible of him. With his position, I did not expect him to do that at that time. One, because yes, you are the government spokesperson, right? But you are not the PR, the spokesperson of the police. This is a security issue. It's not a state house issue. In my own view and opinion, you're not a PRO of the police. You are not a police officer. You're not a security expert. So I feel that was not his place. As a government spokesperson on that interview, I would have expected him to tell people Barrow's reaction, Barrow's take, Barrow's feelings, the first family, the state house, they're feeling towards this thing. Update the people. Barrow is not feeling good about it. Barrow is disheartening. Barrow is really shocked. Barrow is ready to make sure that there is change so that something like this will not happen, but not anything in regards to the event, how it happened, who did it, and all that. I still believe that was not his place, so I call it that was irresponsible of him. Now, coming to the way he was talking about the actual event in regards to who did it, where the person came from, where he belonged, whose associations are, you know, I feel the demeanor when you listen to it, because when somebody is talking to you and you listen attentively, you will know what the person is feeling at that point in time. You can tell from the voice, from the utterances, what the person is surrounded by and all that. I could tell from his demeanor that, you know, there was nothing. I felt he was remorseless. He was tasteless. He was reckless in his utterances. And there was no remorse in his voice at all. And at some point in time, when he was talking about, oh, you know what, Peter, I can tell you, I can confirm. And by the way, he was talking with so much authority, right? And confidence, like everything he was talking about was true and factual, and he can defend it. He has the evidences, the proofs. Because at some point, Peter, I have the photos. Peter, I can tell you. Peter, I can confirm. Where he got all those things, I don't know. But for me, he could have been delivering that message in a different way. He sounded like he was celebrating that. Oh, you know what? All these things that we've been talking about for so long, that this particular party or these people from this particular party, they are this type of people, trying to portray or relate to Gambian. These people are violent. These people are irresponsible. We told you. Now here are the facts. Boom! You can see it for yourself. I can see his voice that he was celebrating that finally we got this thing on these people. That's what I saw. That's what I analyzed, and that's what I heard. And I felt it was irresponsible. The bottom line is, at that point in time, at that material time, it was really really not about who did it, but about the people that has died who were not yet buried. It was about their families. It was about their friends, how they are feeling, what was their thought process. How can we get close to them and console them and reassure them that, okay, one of yours has died, who is also one of us because he died in uniform. So therefore we share this thing with you. We are sorry, we are feeling it. It's a national thing. That was not what he was doing and the people that he's working with. They were happy that at that point in time, they thought they have material evidence against somebody or some people or a group of people that they can use going forward, you know, to taint them and tarnish their image. That's what I saw. And it was sad. And I was disheartened. I was sad. I was, flabbergasted. I was gutted. It was just sad at that point in time. Now, fast forward, you come to the police briefing. The police press conference happened after Sankara made those utterances. That was all that information Sankara gave is from the police. Why did you all not mention any of the things? Because the police did not say anything that Sankara said on Coffee Time. Instead, they said the contrary. How come you all did not mention any of those things? At least reference Sankara's interview of any of the things that Sankara said. All the things that Sankara said, the police said nothing about those things. They didn't reference it. They did not report it. They did not confirm it. Nothing was done. They made no emphasis until today. You come back to tell us, oh, you know what? You guys are going after Sankara and you should not. That is us. We gave him that information. Why did you not tell us on that day? So for me, we had the conversation. Honestly, I believe that Sankara did not speak on his own. Whatever he had, he must have got it from a place of authority. It must have been discussed within their circle for him to think that I can, with my position, stand on a platform that is widely listened to and say these things because he knew he's going to have backing. He knew he's going to be covered. He knew he's going to be protected. That's what was happened. So now, going back to the police coming today and giving us that presser again in regards to covering Sankara's back, I said it speaks of the character of the institutions that we have. It speaks of the character of the institutions we have. I mean, a police institution, you're trying to cover somebody. Let's say if they were the ones that told Sankara that, why didn't they mention those things during their presser? At least we know that they're working together, they're collaborating. But I feel right now that, okay, with all these things that are going out, the pressure, the backlash, they now have to sit and regroup and think, okay, how do we remedy this? Well, Sankara is our boy. We have to find a way of covering it. We cannot throw him under the train because this is bigger than a bus. And what do? Now you have to push it back on the plane. I can tell you that the police was not happy with Sankara's utterances when he made that on Coffee Time. How did this change of mind come to play that now you're telling me, oh, in fact, maybe I was mistaken for not being happy about what Sankara said. But in fact, I forgot. I was the one that told Sankara. So, you know what? Instead of being unhappy, I am okay because those were us that gave Sankara. So, I mean, for me, the issue is the lies, the misrepresentation, the misinformation, the manipulation, the conniving, the regrouping. That is my concern. How long are we going to continue to do that? I will have a problem of believing anything that is going to come out of the police right now, unless I can put my eyes on substantial evidences or proofs to say what they're saying is true. And I'm sure a lot of people also have that. So how can we continue to work with an institution that they have tainted their own character themselves? Nobody has done it for them. They themselves have done it. And then we continue to ask, what's the motive? What's the motive? And what's the way forward? Where are we heading to? I mean, for me, it has just started. A lot is there that we don't know, and there is a lot that are going to come out that will surprise all of us, that all of us are going to be like, whoa, yet again. Well, for me, I'm not going to be any whoa because I know the people that we're dealing with. Mel, I think you can take it away from there. Oh,
yes.
Before I go, I forgot to mention something. During the presser, 3 people spoke, apart from the person who was moderating the presser of the police. you know, the security advisor, the DIG, the deputy IGP, and then the interior minister. For me, the interior minister, for him, he lacks intellectual pedigree. That one man for man Koko is a non-starter. But then the deputy IGP, is it not? Is it that because he cannot express himself? That's why he was displaying that much arrogance. Because that's all I saw. And you know what? I did not see remorse in him. Also, the deputy IG, because when he was standing behind the security advisor, I saw him. At that point in time, so I was like, hey, what are you doing? Are you seeing yourself? But fast forward, now you come. I heard him when he was explaining about the gun, the boots, the shoes, and said, okay, we have recovered all of those. So, Purman, the question that the QTV reporter journalist asked, I also was thinking the same, because that's what I heard him. Whether it was a matter of he misexplained, or he misrepresented, or he did not know how to express himself, but that's what I heard. And that's what I was thinking. And the journalist asked it. And when the journalist asked it, he was so arrogant and said, oh, maybe you did not hear me. Or maybe you came late. No, dude, you said it. You said it. You said you recovered it, because you mentioned those things. The gun, the shoes, the clothes, and everything. It was all recovered. So if you had spoken about each specifically, then we would have known what you meant by which one did you recover. But my understanding was you had recovered the gun, you had recovered the clothes, you had recovered the boots. That's what was my understanding. But let's say you did not say that, and the journalist asked you. You could have been nice enough and say, okay, you know what? You might have misrepresented me, or you might have misheard me. But what I said, or what I meant was, these things were recovered, but this thing is yet to be recovered. But his actions, oh my God, despicable of his position. He should do better. He really should do better.
Okay. We have Juka coming. Juka is coming in. I don't know if she's already on.
Yeah, hey Mel, and hey, how are you doing, Neneh?
Hi, Juka, how are you?
Happy birthday to your son, so don't block me. Don't block me. I use Fatu Sise to make comments, so I've made a comment, so don't block Juka, okay?
I saw that. I know that account. You have thousands of followers.
I know.
You post something, they don't like, they don't comment, they don't share. I mean, don't share anything else. But that's my son's birthday, and that's my wall. You don't not nice to my son, I'm nice to you. So that's
well, welcome to Gambian social media pages, right? Especially Facebook. But hello, you look great, Neneh. Hi, Mel. Mel, I'm saying hello to you and your 100 audience, 100 people. The 100 people make noise. I was telling them to share. I know this is like our lawyer's platform. The 100 people, this is our lawyer, Mel. We have our own lawyer. 100 people in a yep. So we have to I have to be serious, because this is the lawyer's platform. So let me put on the serious face, right?
not only a lawyer, we have an Oxford trained lawyer. Come on now.
Your 100 people in a yep. No, but on a serious note, I just wanted to piggyback on what you just said, Mobile and Madeglulen, because I know you guys gonna definitely do justice to this right now, yeah. And then you share from on the pages and on your own pages, and also the groups that makes a difference. Quickly, the point bimabuga isimoy. When I read the statement, I was driving, so I just kind of browsed through it really quickly on Kirfatu. The statement being a mom la police department be johe, the jail the responsibility on the case ne ñom ñoo information be Sankare. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay.
You did.
What a despicable thing to see and read and hear from police department be. This is the lowest of the lowest. Police department be, I don't know if it's whoever can more jail the responsibility ñoo taxaw wax nit ñi ne ñoom ñoo jox information bi Sankare. yéen yéen a ngee gën a def more blunder information bi ngeen bàyyi woon ko noonu sax bu kenn wax fan la information bi jógee we will speculate until the birds fall from the sky kenn du xam fan la information bi jógee moo gën yéen ngeen ñëw yéen ay police department bi ngeen ñëw ngeen ne yéen a feed that information to the spokesperson of the government loolu dafa ruslu loolu gàcca la yéen si police yi man bi ma riidee loolu mënuma koo understand mënuma koo believe it's very pathetic ne police yéen a ngee def investigation on a murder of 2 of your colleagues one of them is hospitalized yéen seen investigation defu leen ko conduct leen ko properly yéen nekku leen di seal seen evidence yi nekku leen di def seen investigation ni ngeen si yoon bi mu war a aw ngeen jël ay fen ay tapale ay njuuj njaa jël ko ngeen feed ko to the government to Sankare supposedly tey ngeen génna ñëw di wax ne because of the nit ñi ngeen upset are you kidding me who in their right mind ngeen bala ma si sinuma yuhoo nii like I don't understand these people it's almost like a ay government in boat leen am government in boat like ay jana ay dirimo government ñoo nekk si government bi ak si suñ institutions yi how low can these people be for them to have the audacity pour ñu binda even the other line bi nga xam ne moom lañ binda when you are writing something to the press you better remember ne you better know ne every single body is gonna read it international local national ñëpp a ko read and for you guys to have the audacity and to put that line there because of the outrage from the majority of the population or how much I don't even remember the sentence because mënuma ko read verbatim for them to open their mouth ñu ne ñu because of loolu moo tax they're gonna come out ñu wax ne ñoom ñoo feed the information to Sankare so if people were not outraged you wouldn't tell us who did it. Number one. Number two is now you are back in Sankare because people are outraged. We don't know what to believe. And the point of the problem is not because people are outraged. No, you are not supposed to look at people are outraged or not outraged. You are supposed to do your job. You are supposed to do your job, daylight, darkness, it doesn't matter. Even when you are buried, you are supposed to do your job as police officers, especially when your own colleagues are gone down, for God's sake, crying out loud. Yen sen semen yi sen jaas yi sen patal yi fi ngeen ko war a jublu mooy kan moo def lu ñaaw li sen mbokka kan moo def lu bon li sen collègue but not ngena jéema naka conspire di jéema figure out naka ngena tilimale benen opposition party how dare you and how dare you think that we are now going to believe anything that comes out of your mouth from the investigation whether it's this case or any other case come in the future for that matter when you lie to us. Now you are saying Sankare just didn't say it. You actually also saying it to the people because Sankare is the mouthpiece of that government. So if you feed it to Sankare, you might as well hold a speakerphone, or loudspeaker, and tell everybody else too. And these are lies. These are lies, and it has ramification, and it's implicating people, a whole opposition party. So how can we trust you that you are there for Gambia, but not for one political party, NPP? A whole institution. It is a disgrace. And you came out to speak because people are outraged, or half of the people or majority of the population are outraged. So when the population is mute, you don't do your job, do you? You don't do your job, do you? What's wrong with you guys? Your colleagues died. NPP supporter didn't die, or NPP or a member from the government didn't die. It's your colleagues, people that wear your uniform. Let that happen in Los Angeles or in Maryland. A police force killed and gone down. They will turn this earth to make sure they find the killers. Why yen defu len lolu ngena dem di jema spew di jema jaxase nit di jema def ay affaire politique yen yena tilim yena salte yen yena tilim yéen a disgusting yéen lan ngeen mun a taxaw ngeen wax ko ñi nga xam ne ñoo bokk ak family bi gaañu. What can you tell those people when you are running around trying to appease a government instead of trying to find the killer of the people that died and the woman that's still fighting for her life on the hospital bed? Huh? Your conversations right now, ma Daniel Fofu Mel, ma bàyyi leen ngeen def show bi ma seetaan leen. Your conversations right now, yo, shame on you, IGP Sanyang. Shame on you, man Mako man Juka Sise. Shame on you. Shame on you. Ngay allow that kind of statement to be on the media right now. Me yen yena jox fen bobu non Sankare. Shame on you. You're putting a whole disgrace to the whole institution of the Gambia Police Force. Yo Sankare. Because yo ya indeed be anything linga hamne mu ngay dem ci media bi, you should think about it twice. What is on the paper? What are people gonna read? What people are gonna say and think? And what are they gonna know about our institution that is so flawed? Disgusting. Disgusting. Yen da ngeen wàccee police yi ba si suuf ngeen beeri police yëpp. Your conversations right now with Adama Barrow ak spokesperson bi ma daaneel foofu mooy how do you fund the police? How do you make sure sa colleagues yi xale yi nekk foofu wàcca liggéey school dem nekk police sol uniform bugg a make something out of their life? You increase their salaries. You make sure that you give them weapons. You make sure that ngeen train them properly for them to do their jobs right. But you are not doing that. You are busy doing other things that I'm not going to mention on the show right now. Disgusting. Yen ay big a whole institution, you bring it down to political or politicizing it. Disgusting. Mabilen, thank you guys.
No, Juka, don't go, stay.
I'm just disgusted when I read that. I couldn't believe my eyes.
But you see, Juka, I want us to go into let's deal with the press conference first. Yeah, let's deal with the press conference. Let's go into let's look. I was making notes because what I was doing was going over the press conference. Yeah, so let's go into the police press conference. Now, the first person to speak at the press conference was the Deputy Inspector General of Police. Now, first and foremost, I don't think, I mean, I was shocked that an institution such as the police, in a time when the whole Gambia was just waiting, everybody was on edge, waiting to hear from the police to offer some sort of clarity to this crime that has been done in the Gambia. Now, the police came on a press briefing. That is, they want to give the public information. And this is following the utterances of Sankare on Coffee Time with Peter Gomez. Now, the guy came there, and the first thing the DIG said was that I am going to use language that you ordinarily wouldn't understand, that only the security people in the security force can understand, and not even a lot of people within the security sector can even understand. What the heck? Why did you call a press conference? The rationale for the police calling for a press briefing is to brief the public on the happenings, on the investigations that is being conducted by the police. And you come to that press conference, and the first thing you can say is that, I'm sorry, but I'm going to use language, I'm going to talk in coded language that only security detail. Then why use those language? Why say it? All you had to say was, you are briefing the police. Things that you know you don't want to mention. You're talking about latitude and longitude. Talking about whiskey and Oscar. Who does not know what whiskey and Oscar signify? Talking in coded language, talking about telephone towers, talking about high volume of calls, talking about calls being pinged on a particular tower on the border of Gambia and Senegal, and then telling the average Gambian that, I'm sorry, I'm saying these things, but you have to disregard what I'm saying because it is not for you. Then who were you speaking to? Who was the press conference for? And me, I'm shocked because I know the police have, you know, very, very, I mean, serious caliber of individuals within the police. And I do not understand, I cannot get it, how the first utterances, the first statement that a Deputy Inspector General of Police can say when you call a press conference is to tell the people, can you shut up and just listen to me, but you're not going to understand anything about what I'm saying, and you cannot ask me questions on that because these are security statements that you cannot understand, and even my own men, some of them don't even understand what I'm saying. Then what was the rationale for saying it in the first place? Who was that press conference for? And that goes to tell you the level, and this is why I always say there's a great distinction between education and knowledge, because you might be educated, but if you're knowledgeable, you would understand there are certain things that just shouldn't be said because it is opposed to the actual act of a press briefing. So for me, that was a fundamental problem. And I'm saying this because not as an affront to the police, but as a credible criticism against the police, and I hope they will take it on board, that and they would understand that a press briefing is meant for the public. When the police calls a press briefing to further educate the public on either dealings within the police or on investigations that are going on, it should be said in plain, ordinary language to the understanding of the average Gambian. So that's the first thing. The second thing was that the police deputy, the police DIG, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, said something. And as a lawyer, these are the things I pick up. So I see social media are talking about what he said here and there, but no, for me, I had to pick up things that what he said. He even further went on to state that there is an agreement between the Gambia and Senegal with regards to hot pursuit, and this was activated by government of the Gambia. So this is something I want you to pay attention to. Now, when he said that, he further went on to say that they had intelligence of a high volume of call within the Sukuta traffic light Jabang area that came from the accused or the suspect's phone. He said it came from the suspect's phone. And that he also said that they could pin the suspect at a particular village, which was a border village between Gambia and Senegal. Now, I want to tell you what a hot pursuit agreement is. A hot pursuit agreement simply states that you can, the forces, the security forces of a particular country can in real time continue to follow, continue to chase. They can chase an accused person or suspect or somebody who they believe has done a crime, is about to do a crime, and they can follow this individual even whereas the individual goes into another jurisdiction. They can still continue that pursuit of the individual. So you can still continue to go after the suspect. Now, giving the public the idea or the positioning that the hot pursuit agreement was activated is actually telling Gambians that the police, the investigators, were aware of the presence of this guy in the Gambia, and they were actively taking steps to arrest and apprehend the guy, and that the guy eventually went into Senegal. Now, remember, according to international law, if this gentleman or this suspect had gone into Senegal, which is another jurisdiction, it is another territory altogether, another country that has its own sovereignty, has its own law, Gambia security detail cannot just walk and go into Senegal and arrest this guy and bring this guy back. The guy would have to be extradited to the Gambia. And extradition law specifically has laid down principles and rules which the government of the Gambia must follow before an accused person or suspect must and will be extradited to the Gambia. Now, what is funny or what is ironic is that even though the Deputy Inspector General of Police mentioned the hot pursuit agreement, which was activated at the time, the security advisor to the government went on to say that the suspect was apprehended by Senegalese security forces and was extradited to the Gambia. The two like wordings, the two principles, hot pursuit and extradition, is like an oxymoron. It does not go together. They are completely at odds. Because if you activate the hot pursuit agreement and you follow the suspect into that country, there's already an established agreement, a bilateral agreement, which was ratified by the government of the Gambia in Parliament, so that the security forces in the Gambia can apprehend whoever it is that they're going after and bring them back into Gambia. However, if the hot pursuit agreement was not activated and was not in place, and this person was not chased and followed into Senegal, then it would mean that individual had to be extradited to the Gambia. So the two do not add up, and it further bring, like, if you have a legal mind, it further puts a lot of question as to what information was available to the police at the time. Because if this guy was being chased into Senegal and the hot pursuit agreement was activated, then what it actually means is that the police had intelligence of this guy, that this guy was the shooter, that this guy committed the crime, and this was obtained by reason of the phone calls that the police have stated was at a high volume. Now, this will not make sense. This would not make sense because the police also allege, which is another irony from the press briefing, that this guy was apprehended because he confessed to a crime. And the police received intelligence that a person of interest who fits their description, this is what he said, who fits their description. Now you go back to ask the question, what was the description that was available to the police at the time when this crime was committed? Because the police said barely 30 hours, and I'm choosing my words very, very, very wisely, because if you go back and listen to the presser, he said within 30 hours, the suspect was apprehended and in their custody. Now, he further said that they had intelligence that somebody was in custody and that this person fitted the description of whoever they were looking for. So what basically the police were saying is completely two different versions and narrative that is at odds with each other. Because you are saying, sorry, I was just trying to, somebody was adding. So they were basically saying that they have intelligence. Now, they already knew that this person had a high volume of calls. So what the police presser is kind of trying to put across to the Gambian public, because remember, this guy, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, stated that they had this information prior to the guy being arrested. I want you guys to really go back and authenticate what I'm saying. He said they had this information of the calls. In fact, that thing is problematic. The Deputy Inspector General of Police should know that what he said in that press briefing is absolutely problematic, because not only did he divulge what I expected was classified information, telling the average Gambians where there was a tower that was pinned to the phone call of this alleged shooter. What the guy was doing is a security breach, because you're telling a potential person who wants to commit a crime where towers are located in the Gambia and how a person using their mobile phones could lead to their arrest. This was what was being said at that very stage of the investigations, which to my mind was more of a classified information that shouldn't have been said. That any other thing else. Now, they're also saying that they had information, and the second part that is problematic in that statement is that if they had this information, it means they must have gotten this information from AfriCell. It means AfriCell is breaching the fundamental rights to privacy of its customers. Because nowhere in that press release did the police state that they went to court to obtain a warrant to enable them to have that sort of information from AfriCell. The third problematic issue with that particular statement is that the police are indeed saying to you and me, to every Gambian, that they had an idea, that they knew the person, because for you to be able to tell that there was a high frequency of a call from a particular person's phone, you already had knowledge that this person is the one that committed this offense. Because not only did it direct you to a particular individual, it directed you to the number, the phone number of this person. Not only did it direct you to the phone number of this person, but it also pinged at a particular tower that was in close proximity to where the offense was committed. So you're telling the public at the time, within a few hours of this crime, you had intelligence to know exactly who it was that committed that offense. So it becomes redundant. It becomes redundant after saying all of this, because before AfriCell can give you the number of the person, every single number is registered in AfriCell. So they already have an idea of who this individual was. They already have his identity. So they knew exactly who this person was. So how can you then say in one breath that this particular person was led to you because you received intelligence from your counterparts in Senegal that they have a person that fits your description, that your description in their custody based on a confession that this person made? Because there are two scenarios completely at odds with each other. You are saying that you have an intelligence that led you to the activities of this individual barely few hours after he committed this act, and it was as a result of that that you were able to apprehend this individual. You could even tell that this individual went into Senegal. However, the confession of this individual is what is being told to us. That is what led the police to get him arrested and, in their own words, extradited from Senegal. The word extradition is a legal word with meaning and specifics, that it has ingredients that must be fulfilled before a person of interest is extradited from one jurisdiction to another. Now, we go back to the security advisor. He said, there is going to be strict adherence to the laws of this country and procedures of international standards. And I'm not making this up, because I watched the presser and I took notes. So anybody can feel free to go and verify what I'm saying. He said that in this investigation, there would be strict adherence to the laws of this country, which is the 1997 Constitution would be respected to the fullest. That they would follow the dictates of the 1997 Constitution to the letter. That they would respect the rule of law. That they would respect the fundamental rights of the suspect. That they will respect the fundamental rights of the accused person, be it whatever it may be, and that they will follow international procedures and standards in their investigation and handling of the matter and the accused person. Now, I'm saying this because I am giving a free advice to the Gambia Police Force. Because everybody, including the defense lawyers of this individual in the future, can go back to this press briefing where the security advisor of the government of the Gambia is saying that they are going to respect they're going to respect the laws, the constitution, the fundamental rights of the accused. Now we're going to ask the question: this accused person has been in custody since the let's say the 13th, at most let's say the 14th of September. Today is the 19th of September. It has gone beyond the 72 hours stipulated constitutional limit of the rights of the accused person or suspect being the case. Have they followed the 1997 constitution to the letter? Why is this suspect or accused person not being charged up till today? The law is very clear. He says if you cannot charge the accused person after 72 hours, you must release him. You must release him. Now, if the police are saying they have a confession, on the basis of the confession that the police received, they should charge the accused. Charge the accused, take him to court and get the court to remand him. That is respect for the fundamental rights of this accused. Not only did he stop at that, he went on to say that sorry, if I read the comments, I get confused. He did not only say that the fundamental rights of the accused would be respected, but he further went on to say that the accused person will be treated fairly and justly, and that he also said that the presumption of innocence is a cardinal principle on the Gambian law. And I'm challenging everybody that's watching this. If everything that I am saying is not what is said in that presser, come back to me with a comment, and I can lead you to the exact second that he said these things. He said that the Gambian law is settled on the presumption of innocence, meaning the suspect in their custody until he is convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction in the Gambia is still an innocent person. Regardless of whatever purported or confession he has made, he is still an innocent person. And that is why it is not only sufficient to have a confession, but that confession must be tested in the courts of the Gambia to verify the authenticity of that confession, to ensure that the confession commensurates the offense and the crime, and that it fits the facts and the investigations that have been conducted thus far. So, I mean, you and I know that in America, in England, in other places, people have confessed to crimes that they never committed. So having a confession is not enough. Having a confession is not sufficient. In fact, it brings more contradictory statement, because if the police is now saying that they gave that information to Sankare, I'm going to ask a question now, because what Sankare said was that these informations were obtained by way of intelligence, by way of a confession. Now, are you saying to me that the accused person confessed that he was a member of the Brikama Area Council? Are you saying to me that the accused person confessed that he was at the protest of Young's Dabo? Are you saying to me that the accused person said to the police that there is a CCTV footage that is available, that is actually showing my presence in the protest of Young's Dabo? Because if you go back to the press conference of the police in their press briefing stated, the Deputy Inspector General of Police stated that the suspect in their custody, not only did he confess to the crime, but he also stated that he had a pistol that he had acquired from Casamas whilst he was fighting alongside the MFDC rebel, and that he had this gun on the day of the protest. It is clear, unambiguous English that was spoken by the Deputy Inspector General of Police. Now, the question is, where did the police get the intelligence that this guy was working at Brikama Area Council? Was it as a result of the confession? And if it is as a result of the confession, where it has been publicly reported that the guy was not at the protest, the person in question that they said they had footages of was not the person in their custody, and that the person in their custody was not a member of the Brikama Area Council. And it further went on to say that the person in their custody has no affiliation with the security sector. So who misled who? Where did that intelligence come from? And why was it briefed to the president and by extension Sankare? Are you there, Chuka?
I'm getting schooled. Like, this is free education. Go ahead.
Now, let's go back to the accused person, the suspect. Now, I'm going to read something to you about the confession. Now, people are asking, or I have been asking myself, because what I do, I was debating with myself. If the police have a suspect, if the police are saying that they had a high volume of calls from this suspect and went on to say that 6 individuals were arrested, it would mean that common sense logic that these persons of interest was as a result of 2 things. One, the confession of the suspect, that these individuals came across as a person of interest by virtue of the call records that the police made mention to when they said that this particular individual had a high volume of calls. Yeah? Now, the question is, if the police did say, or if any of these scenarios, one, it was led to them by the accused persons in his confession, or 2, it was led to them by virtue of the intelligence report that they have within them with regards to the call records, why were 4 of these individuals that were arrested released on bail barely 24 hours after they were arrested? And it turned out that each and every one of these 4 individuals were family members of the accused, who, under interrogation, came out to know absolutely no idea of what the suspect in their custody was talking about, and in fact went on to grant public interviews to vehemently deny the version of the confession of the accused person in police custody. Now, it leads you again. Do the police have in their custody the right man this offense? If yes, they do, then what is the basis of this individual not being charged, and why would the police continue to violate and abuse the 1997 Constitution by refusing to charge this individual even though he has confessed to a crime, or releasing him on bail as prescribed by law if they do not have any evidence, or they do not even believe on the confession of this accused person anymore, which I am thinking is what is happening here. I am thinking the police do not even believe in their own investigations that have led to a particular confession that this person has confessed to. And the police know that such a confession would be utterly shattered in a court of law. And therefore, the police are now thinking, because trust me, Juka, when you have a police officer murdered, the police don't joke.
Yeah.
When you have 3 police officers shot at and the police have a confession, they would not waste a single ounce of time to take that individual to court. They would not only... Can you imagine? It's been 8 days. This individual is in the custody of the police and has not been charged.
Why do you think that is?
The only conclusion that I can come with is that the person in their custody, the police know that what they have by way of evidence does not even lead them to the accused person. Because remember, there are prescribed, laid down procedures on which a confession can be admitted in court under the law of evidence. And I refer to section 32, I think, hang on, let me check, 32 and 33 of the Evidence Act. Sorry, 1 second, I'll just read it. So we know that whatever confession that person made in that audio, in a criminal trial in court, is not tenable. That audio that they have cannot be, under the Evidence Act, be tendered in court as an admission of the accused person, of the suspect. Hang on 1 second. Now, this is the treason trial, and I'll just read this real quick. I'll read it real quick because I want to read verbatim Justice Mahoney's judgment. It says the prosecuting counsel then applied to tender the cautionary and voluntary statements from the 3 accused persons, and there was no objection from the defense counsel for tendering of the statements. The application was opposed by lawyer Lamin S. Camara on 2 grounds, namely ground 1. The statement, being confessory in nature, does not comply with section 31(2) of the Evidence Act, which requires that 1. A statement must be recorded in the presence of an independent witness. Am I clear? It's a fundamental principle of every confession that would be admitted under the Evidence Act in court. The one ingredient of it, number 1, which is section 31(2) of the Evidence Act, states that the statement must be recorded either by the accused person himself or by a proxy of which it must be witnessed by an independent witness that must not be part of the police or any security or armed force. I'll read on further. On the second ground, okay, let me go to Justice Mahoney's ruling. And I don't want to talk.
I have a question for you because I have a question for you after about because they were saying that it was not only him, there were other suspects that worked alongside with the alleged.
So I've read it. He said the provisions relevant to the instant section 31 and section 33, which I reproduce here for ease of reference. 1, it says a confession is a voluntary admission made at any time by a person who is charged with a crime. I want you to put your finger there, yeah? This is a definition of what a confession is on the law. It says a confession is a voluntary admission made at any time by a person who is charged with a crime. Before you are charged with a crime, it is not a confession on the law. It is not a confession on the law. Before you are charged with a crime, it is not a confession on the Gambian law, according to the Evidence Act. A confession is a voluntary admission made at any time by a person charged with a crime, stating or suggesting the inference that he committed that crime. That's 1. 2, a confession shall not be, listen, shall, yeah? And according to the language of the Constitution of law, shall is mandatory. May is discretionary. It says, a confession shall not be admissible if the statement was made by an accused whilst under arrest, in detention, or restriction by state agents, unless the confession was made in writing by the accused or someone on his behalf and signed, thumb-printed by the accused in the presence of an independent witness, and such witness not being a member of the police, armed forces, or any of the security force. Comprends?
Oui.
Okay. Now, so the second, so for going back to your question, why has the person not been brought before a court? Is because the police have to ensure that whatever confession it is at tandem with the law and what ordinarily can and is tenable in a court of law. So, Juka, what was your question?
So just the fact that he said he did it isn't enough. They have to find other things, because from what you said before the court of law, or however you
In
said it, me educated
fact,
not far with this thing, but I understand what you're saying.
yeah.
So what I want to ask Mel, okay?
Yeah, go on.
I heard before they go now you get what there are other people. The suspect is not, he didn't act as an individual, like as a solo, right? I don't know if you heard that before, and I don't know if it came from the police. Did that statement come from the police at
No,
all? No, he
no.
wasn't alone. He was with other people, and they were
It
investigating.
came from the briefing. It came from Sankare's conversation with Peter Gomez that
Okay.
there were accomplices.
Okay, that's the word. Yeah.
That's where it came. But the police did not say that there were accomplices, but they inferred by stating that he had a high volume of calls and that 6 people, individuals, were under arrest. They did not qualify or did not seek to corroborate what Sankara said, but clandestinely, in a different manner and fashion, said that they have 6 people in their custody. Now, 4 of these individuals have already been released, meaning either they are no persons of interest, because in a matter such as this magnitude where police officers were gunned down, it doesn't take rocket science. If these individuals were indeed connected to the commissioning of this crime, they would have been in detention by now.
And who are the 4 people? So is that including, were they meaning Sabali and those 2 were part of it, or it was completely different?
No, the four I will come to Sabali and Thingy. The 4 individuals were the family members of the person in their custody at this point.
Oh God. Okay. So those people have been released.
Yes.
But
now
the
let's
suspect is still in custody.
go on to something else before I forget. Now, remember the police said that the crime scene was secured. The police said that the crime scene was secured and that forensics were being done and taken. Now, if the crime scene was secured and these 2 officers that died were shot with a bullet that was lodged in their bodies, and the shell casing was recovered, then the police can authoritatively tell us what weapon was used. Because the shell casing and the bullets can only lead to the type of ammunition that was used, the type of weapon that was used. You don't need a ballistic expert to come and tell you what weapon matches the type of shell casing. In fact, all indicators are based again on the police press briefing. I don't know if they were just talking and not being mindful, and that is why I'm doing this live, because I want the police to watch this, and I want the police to take lessons on how a press briefing is conducted. Because whatever you say, no matter how minute it is very relevant. Because they did say that the guy said he had a pistol. He said he had a pistol. So they already know that the weapon used, based on what the police have said to us and based on what they said, is their intelligence and their investigation and what the accused said, that a pistol was used. Now, if you have a shell casing, you have a bullet that was fired because the crime scene was protected. And what this means, they said from eyewitness account that the accused person or the suspect fled the scene. So the police cannot come back to say that the suspect tampered with the crime scene, or had time to collect the shell casings, or had time to do certain things, because the crime scene was preserved. Now, if the crime scene was preserved, you have a purported confession that states that a pistol was used, and you have the shell casing. It does half of the job of the police by leading you whether it was a 9mm caliber of a pistol that was used, the type of gun that was fired. And in fact, right now, there are allegations that the pistol, the type of gun, the type of ammunition that was used, the type of weapon that was used, is only available to the security forces in the Gambia and the ECOMIG. Now it takes you back to the second question. The police mentioned that this occurred at the traffic light, and they did say that they scrutinized CCTV footages. Now the Castle Petrol Station, which is stationed right where this crime occurred, I am being told now that someone, a lady, collected the CCTV footage and they don't have it, and the police don't know where is that footage. But the police did mention in the press briefing that they had CCTV footages. Now it would beg the question, where did these footages come from? Is it the police? Is it from the Castle Station? And if yes, wouldn't it have showed the person, the individual? Or is there no CCTV footages at all, and that is another made-up story? And then finally, you would want to know, why were these police officers buried in such a haste? Why were they buried in such a haste? Was a postmortem done? Do we have a pathologist report already done? Because remember, I said this today. I posted pictures online just to show people that I have some sort of expertise in weapons and law of weapons. Remember, you have a shooting of a police officer where the weapon has still not been found. Even though the police say they have a confession cannot be in part. A confession has to be in whole. If you have a person, a suspect in your custody that has confessed to a crime, has led you to his clothes, has led you to his boots, has told you how he traveled from Gambia to Senegal, went into Senegal, told you that he was part of the MFDC rebel, told you who he contacted, led you to arrest 6 other people, but damn it, this individual cannot lead you to the weapon that was used to commit this unforgiving atrocity. It does not make sense. The first thing that a confession would do is to lead you to the weapon, is to lead you how the act was committed. Now, if the police don't have this, I do not understand how these individuals could have been buried so fast, because even whereas the police don't have the required human resources of experts, what the police needed to do was to approach their counterparts in Senegal, their counterparts in other countries, sister police force, and ascertain. So not only do you want a pathologist report, you want a ballistic expert, because what a ballistic expert would do, it would tell you the angle of the shooter. It would tell you the kind of wound that was left on the body of the gun that was of the victims. It would tell you precisely where the bullet went into. It would tell you, it would actually calculate. It will, in fact, I posted this. It will calculate the velocity of the speed of the bullet by way of angles, to tell you how the shooter was, where he was projected, his body style, his positioning, and even where the position of the various individuals that were shot. And that can be further corroborated by the sole survivor that they have. So this plus the pathologist report has to go side by side by the report of the ballistic expert. Because the pathologist report can only state how the person died, what led to their cause of death, and maybe a mention of the type of wounds and bullets that was dislodged in the person's body. However, the ballistic expert would go further to tell you the angle of the person, the caliber of weapon used, how many shots were fired. Was there an exit wound on the body of these soldiers? Was there an exit wound? Even if there was an exit wound, where was the bullet dislodged? So I don't understand how these individuals were horridly buried when the police have not asserted anything yet. Because a confession is only a confession. And I must state that the burden of proving criminal liability on this gentleman, it resides squarely on the police. The suspect can go to court and decide not to say a word. He can decide not to say a word in court. And that is why you have a no case to answer submission in court, which is an application that the defense would make that the prosecution have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and therefore I am going to waive my right to opening a defense. Now, if this is the case, why then were these individuals buried when loopholes have been, by virtue of what is by all accounts a confession taken from this guy? Even ordinary people like you and I are poking holes into that confession. The alleged audio that is on social media alleging that this is the confession that the guy made to some unknown woman is absolutely doctored. It is in part. It does not take rocket science for anybody to figure that out. But then it leads you to a fundamental question. If this weapon is indeed a 9mm caliber of weapon, pistol, which it is indicated that only the security forces have in the Gambia, are we to assume that this act of terror against these individuals is indeed emanating from the security forces themselves? It's just a question. Now, the second theory out there, which, if the police had not tried to make clarification today, I was leaning towards, is that this offense, or whatever it is that has been meted out against the security force, as some people are alluding to, is to create some sort of a fragile security situation in the country so that the mandate of ECOMIC can be further extended. This is just some conspiracy theories that is being bandied about. So where are we? So as a country, we do not know what is in our hand. And it is very, very sad. It is very, very sad where a situation of such magnitude, a crime of such magnitude, that the average Gambian is not even believing what is coming from the police. And the police have further compounded this by issuing that press release. And I want to say something, guys. I know yourself and Neneh had a different idea. I don't believe that the police made that press release to cover Sankare. The police were forced to make that press release because the utterances of Sankare as the government spokesperson has a direct bearing on the president and by extension the government of the Gambia. When Sankare spoke as a government spokesperson, he spoke on behalf of the government. He spoke on behalf of the president. Sankare would never have gone to coffee time on coffee time with Peter Gomez and state emphatically the things he stated with such great security ramifications without having the express approval of the commander-in-chief, and that is the President Barrow. He could not have done so if he did not have the express approval of government. Because remember, this was a time when the police were not saying a word. You would have expected that the first thing the police would have done, even before they have any sort of intelligence, is to calm the situation down, to let the average Gambians know that yes, indeed, a shooting has occurred. Police officers have died. There is one in hospital. The situation is under control. We do not yet have the active shooter. We don't know who has perpetrated this act of terror. But what we do know is that Gambians are assured of their safety. That every resources at our disposal, be it human resources, be it financial resources, being collaboration from our sister forces, will be put into this investigation and the culprit will be apprehended. That is what they needed to do. You don't always have to come and give Gambians facts. The police should not be under any pressure to lie to Gambians. The police should not be under any pressure to tell Gambians what is not factual, what they do not know. It happens in America, which is a more sophisticated country. It happens in England, which is a more sophisticated jurisdiction. When the police don't have knowledge of things, they will tell you they don't have it. They will tell you at this present time, the suspect is at large. We believe he might be dangerous. We believe he might be armed. Be on guard. Be on vigilance. Be vigilant. Protect yourself. You don't always have to have information. And this is the biggest problem in the Gambia because people rush to speak. There is such a compelling factor for people to say things. Everybody wants to be the first person to divulge something. Everybody wants to speak in a position of authority. That is what the government spokesperson did. He rushed to coffee time with Peter Gomez because he wanted to speak on behalf of the government. He wanted to show Gambians that the government was on top of things. He wanted to show people that the government was aware of what is going on. It turned out to be false. It turned out that the government is as clueless as you and I. It turns out that the government does not know nothing. It turns out that the police do not have any idea of what is going on. Simply because, and Sankara was misled. I do not believe a word in that presser that says that the police briefed Sankara as of intelligence that they had. How can you tell me you have intelligence on issues of factual nature that you try to corroborate with facts? You said the guy was at the protest at the High Court, and you corroborated that with pictures that you sent to the government spokesperson. That is not a mistake, because that is the first thing that you would expect a police force would verify. That's the first thing. There shouldn't be a rush to give information. And when information is given by the police, it has to be a tested information. It has to be credible. It has to be factual. And it has to be straight and direct in plain, ordinary language for the average Gambian to understand. But the police must also know that not giving facts, just reassuring the public, making people know that security was on high alert, is sufficient to give Gambians. I'll take a break now. I've been talking too much. I'm sweating. Neneh, Juka, carry on. I'll take on again.
No, we salute you, Mel. Like, really. Like, it's so sad that, you know, you are still in UK and not contributing in the Gambia. But it is what it is. Really sad. And all the loopholes that you are saying in the case, mandama hamunda guy dañ hamut, the guy don't rush pour fenal askan bi, mandal I don't know. But I have one question for you, then mabay Neneh Muduga, because right now I'm just going to be asking questions. Legi, lan nga fogg ne moy xew si case bi, if in fact ne góor bi nga xam ne mom lañ amé in custody is not the actual shooter, because su fekkee ne ñu ko fa tek how many days, comme li nga wax, bu fekkee ne mom mo shoot te gay am nañ evidence te xam nañ ne mom la, even with the convict mom mo confess ne moo ko def. But if they have evidence, then they should have been hasty in like rushed to at least take him to court and charge him. But right now ñu ngi violate mom tamit his constitutional right, because he's been there more than 72 hours and he hasn't been charged. So,
but that leads you, sorry, before your question, I just don't want to forget that.
Go ahead.
That leads you to that in Gambia, you have lawyers. What I expect to happen now in the Gambia. If I was in the Gambia and practicing in the Gambia right now, you know what I would have done? I would have gone to court to secure a bail for this guy, and that would have forced the police to either charge the guy or release the guy. I would have filed a writ of habeas corpus in the courts for the police to produce this guy, for the police to show cause to the courts why this guy's fundamental human rights, constitutional rights are being violated. Because then the police would either charge the guy or they would release the guy if they don't have any credible evidence to continue to detain the guy and further abuse the constitutional process of the Gambia.
It's sad because I bet you his family, he comes from a family where maybe hamun, maybe, you know.
By family, if the family don't ham, you expect that Gambia has people that ham, that would take on these issues. These are the things that people should do. Our laws must be tested. We have laws that are not even fit for purpose in that country, and they're not being tested. We have laws from colonial days, and everybody has just accepted it. The law is alive. The law evolves. Come to the UK, go to America. The law changes from day to day. The law takes into account the circumstances, the nature, the lifestyle, the culture, the accepted norms of a particular society. That is why the law is a living being. It evolves from day to day. There was a time when apartheid was law. It was legal. But there was a time when slavery was legal. It was law. But the law changes. The law takes into account the circumstances. It takes into account progress. It takes account into international norms, international cultures and law. But we still have colonial laws being used in the Gambia that have never been tested or tried in our courts.
Can I just try?
No, let Juka ask a question. Juka, what's your question?
Yeah, my question be quickly.
It's just on that particular question that Juka asked.
Okay.
You had just elaborated to say, okay, if you were in the Gambia, you would have gone to court. I think this is where the problem is. Like the lawyers we have here, they only act if somebody contracts them. I know in America, if this had happened, the very first day, a defense lawyer would have volunteered to go and...
That is not true. But that is not true. That is not true. That is what is prevalent. That is what is prevalent. But when certain lawyers have certain businesses in certain things, they go to court in matters that is not related to them. What happened in the Yankuba? What happened in the Yankuba Ture case?
Oh well, yeah, okay, yeah.
What happened in the Yankuba Ture case?
Selective.
Because that was a case that commanded international attention. That was a case that lawyers would even have donations from international organizations. And you had lawyers that went to help the state in ensuring that a conviction was secured for Yankuba Ture. What happened in the instance of the National Assembly approving loans for themselves? Who took that matter to court? It was people who had no business, not directly involved. So this is one instance where you would expect that the lawyers in the Gambia would go to court to challenge the police and ensure the police keep to the constitutional rights of the accused person. Ensure that standards, procedures are followed to the letter and the rule of law is upheld. It is the fundamental basis of democracy and the rule of law, that every accused person is presumed innocent until proven guilty by a court of competent jurisdiction. So as far as I am concerned, this person that they have in their custody should be accorded all the rights of an innocent person until that time that it is substantiated, that it is established by a court of law that indeed he is guilty.
But to your point and Neneh's point, I guess it's similar things you guys are talking about, but you're just showing the selective justice that plays out, right?
Yeah.
So lima buga wa fofu ma add for before some question be, and then you have a human rights organization, and I'm gonna start calling out this
No,
organization.
Juga.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. And again, you see me, I wait for a time to say certain things. The Human Rights Commission, in the case of Kumba Sinyan, the lady that was accused of murdering her boyfriend, they went to pay Kumba Sinyan a visit to establish whether her rights were not being abused.
Okay.
So the Human Rights Commission must take note that a person is in custody beyond the constitutional limit. And the fundamental rights of this person, the Human Rights Commission does not even need to go and ask the person whether his rights are being abused. Because we all know that he has been in custody beyond 72 hours. He has not been charged for any crime, and he has not been taken before a court of law.
So they need to act. So
they need to act.
They need to act. So we are calling on the Human Rights Commission for them to act, because this is not right. Like you said, like you always say, innocent till proven guilty, correct? Question bi ma bëgg a laajte mooy, if this guy didn't commit the crime and all this time has passed, do you think ne lii dina hinder ñoom seen investigation to pin down the right person or the person that actually committed the crime, which is very, very important?
That is what happens all over the world. Even in America, that is what happens. And that is why police are never focused on one suspect, because a confession is not sufficient to prove a crime. Because some of the time, the confession of a person is a distraction to the police investigation, leading them to the actual culprit that committed that offense. And what is happening now is that a lot of time is being focused on this individual that people are even saying has some psychiatric problems, and is just admitting to things. Whatever they say to him, he said, yes, I did it. Keep talking about some woman that left him. And whilst we are at it, probably the gunman who is out there is actually covering his tracks and ensuring that nothing ever leads to him. And then it begs the most fundamental question is, are we still safe? Are we still safe? You know, the worst thing that can happen, Juka, is whilst you have somebody in custody. We've seen that in America. We've seen that in England. The police have a person of interest in their custody, and the crime is being committed elsewhere. What happens if we see another of such things happening? Whilst the police have come out authoritatively to say that the person in custody is the person that perpetrated these acts. And that is why it can never be sufficient. Never be sufficient. And that's why I am shocked that the police are squarely relying on a confession of a man whose even state of mind has not yet been medically determined that he is fit for purpose. What happens if this guy gets a good defense lawyer that can actually lead evidence in court, bring expert witness to say that this guy is a psychiatric patient? What happens to that? Something went wrong. Something went wrong somewhere. And people don't know exactly what is going on. People don't know exactly what is going on. Some people are saying that it was a drug case that went wrong. In fact, I was going to ask the question, why were these 3 police officers positioned at the traffic light at Jabang at that time of the night? Is it a usual thing? These are the things that you would look at in a court of law. These are the things that would come out. Is that their usual place of positioning? Is that a security point? What is the motive of this person who has confessed to a crime? Yes, you have a confession, but what is the motive? You have to have the actus reus, the mindset, and the mens rea. What is the motive? Why did this guy kill these officers? Was he known to them? Was it planned? And it is, you see, let me tell you something. What the police are doing, it is further undermining their case. Because if you do not have a motive, of the confession that is a tandem with the confession, basically, if you don't have somebody calling me, I don't know why they're calling me, they see me, I'm on live. But if you do not have a motive, but then the police is saying they're accomplices, you're basically saying, if they are accomplices, you're basically saying they conspire. You're saying they conspire. You're saying that the crime committed was a joint enterprise. And if they conspired and it was a joint enterprise, then there has to be a motive, because there has to be a meeting of the mind. When people conspire, the main ingredient in law that comes into place is that they conspire on one thing. They agree. They agree to carry out an offense. They agree to carry out a crime. That agreement is known as meeting of the minds. The minds have to come together. That is what is a conspiracy. They have to agree. And by agreeing inadvertently, they have a motive. They have a motive. Now, but if you have a confession, that the confession is radically at odds with the theories of conspiring, if you have a person that says that the police investigation is leading you to say that they are accomplices. This is what we were told. We said we were told that they have people of interest. We were told that there was a high volume of calls from the suspect in their custody. The reason why the police would say this is not in oblivion. They're trying to tie the offense to the calls that the person made. So obviously, if the person was at the point of commissioning of a crime, the person was committing a crime, and the person was calling Neneh and calling Juka, then invariably what you're saying is that Juka and Neneh must be co-conspirators to this crime. However, if what you have before you, the confession, is that this guy is admitting that he walked on his own, he did not walk with anybody, he actually carried out the act on his own. When you go to court, you have further created a dent in the prosecution's case, because the evidence that you have before you by way of a confession is saying that I am a lone man, I acted alone, I did this on my own, I don't know why I did it, I was angry, my girlfriend left me, and that's why I shot the police officer. But then you have already led evidence, except the police are going to come back again to say that the investigations have changed. The investigations have changed, and they believe there were no accomplices and that this man acted alone. Because that is what will commensurate with what they have by way of a confession as of now. Carry on, guys.
Neneh acca man dama jaaxle fi mu nekk nii waaye xam naa ne balaa ñoo dem bugg naa ñu dugg si keesi Sabally bi ak kii tamit Sonko ndax da ngeen ko wax ba pare.
No, let me tell you.
After.
Can you guys hear me? Because somebody was calling me and then my volume just reduced.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
ñu ngi laa dégg waaw.
Now, the issue with Sabally, again, you see, it's a bit of a timing, and it goes back to show you it's a shabby work by the police, and there are two things at play. In fact, I can reduce that to three things. Three things at play. One, it was a politically motivated act by the police to actually pin and try to draw a nexus between the posting of Sabally and Sonko to the offense that happened against the police. Okay? Are you guys getting me?
Yes. We are silently listening. Yes.
Now, that's the first one. It was politically motivated. The second thing that we can draw inference from is that the police tried to paint a picture to the minds of every Gambian that even because they have said, the police have already said they have a confession. They have a person in custody, a person of interest who has already confessed to the crime. Now, if you go and arrest Juka and you go and arrest Neneh, you are in a diplomatic way sending a strong message to the public that Neneh and Juka have something to do with the person in custody. That's common sense. That's logic. I don't have to be a lawyer to think like that. You have a confession. You said a person has actually admitted to committing the crime. And suddenly, in the process of your investigation, you invite Neneh and Juka. Even a blind and deaf mind will think that the arrest of Juka and Neneh is because this person has mentioned them. That's the second scenario. The third scenario is that the person did not mention them. It is not politically motivated, but the police needed to do that as a distraction to the Gambian public because they knew these people were people of interest. There were people that would invoke a certain diversion, and that the police did not have enough information to give the Gambian public, and that they would have a diversion of interest, and every interest, rather than focus on the investigations of the police, rather than focus on the loopholes, rather than focus on what we do not have by way of information, then the attention would be diverted to the campaign manager of the UDP, which is the largest political party, Sonko, who is a nominated councillor. And I can tell you that if the third option is what the police did, they absolutely succeeded in diverting the attention of every Gambian, because that is exactly what happened. Now,
Mel, can you check
now let me sorry, Neneh, let me just summarize this. Now, I gave three scenarios.
Hadijatu is trying to join your ad button.
She's not there.
She's not?
No, let her send it in again.
Now,
I gave example of two scenarios. The first one is that it was politically motivated. Now, why am I saying it was politically motivated? Because Sabally is the campaign manager of the UDP. The other guy, Sonko, is a nominated councillor of the UDP. Now, the utterances of Sankare at coffee time, based on a briefing that now the police have agreed that they gave to him, suggested that there was a direct link, a direct nexus to the gunman to the political party UDP. So that is the one reason why I could say that it was politically motivated. The second reason, which has fallen flat now, is that he was mentioned by the person in custody. The reason why that has fallen flat is because Sabally has been charged, Sonko has been charged. Now, the charges against Sabally and Sonko does not commensurate with the crime of the confession. Because if the person that confessed had mentioned Sabally and Sonko, then Sabally and Sonko would be co-conspirators to this person, and they wouldn't be out. They wouldn't have been charged before even the actual person that killed. Now, the only reason why Sabally and Sonko was charged, to my mind, is because the police knew that there was a total outcry in the first place for why they were arrested. And if you allow Sabally and Sonko to go without being charged, already being detained beyond their constitutionally mandated term limit, then Sabally and Sonko can actually go against the police for actually going after them maliciously and for false imprisonment. So the reason why they were charged, I don't believe that they really have time or want to go against Sabally. If they wanted to do that, they would have done it long time ago. I don't think they have, they want to. I don't think they have the appetite to, but I think it is just part of the narrative that the police is being fueling.
Do they have anything? Do they have anything on them based on the law?
It's going to be one of the most difficult things to do, because you see, let me tell you something. Sabally and Sonko, if there was no confession and there was no person, there was no suspect at the disposal in the custody of the police, then you can begin to link, you can begin to draw inference that the pronouncement of Sabally is what occasioned the shooting of the police officers. But when you have a confession that has not mentioned Sabally, where probably the guy that shot did not even read Sabally's Facebook post, then Sabally's utterances can only be reduced to what it is, a political rubbish, a political gibberish that was said on the spur of the moment. How do you go to court to say that Sabali's actions amounted to whatever he said? It's going to be very difficult to prove. Even if you look at the bail bond of Sabali, they've just been bailed for 100,000. That tells you there's not much, there's not much seriousness attached to it.
My question is over. It's gonna be addressed. Nakalang ko dewe si court bisa. Sunla the question be hand over to the other people. How do they say it, Mel? Please educate us.
No, you rest. Just rest.
Rest. I rest my case. So continue, Your Honor.
Mel, bobate man don deglu dama am very concerning question bo don wa yang don wa yefi the way it is Africell or Gamcell where they have the telephone how to call it. You can help me and the telephone number and
let me clarify. I gave an example of Africell. I gave an example of Africell.
Yeah.
Because the police briefing did not state what particular network the person was.
Okay.
So I gave an example to say that let's say it's Africell, then Africell would have breached the rights to privacy of that individual if the police have not gone to court first to obtain a warrant, to obtain permission to get those records.
But is that not illegal before coming and giving information about where they obtain or where they get the telephone number from the suspect?
No, it depends on on how you deem. No, it cannot be. It's not. I don't know what you mean by is it illegal? How they got the suspect's phone number?
Yeah, because when they came, they said they got the suspect phone number from towers and everything. But before
you cannot get a phone number. But that, you see, this is what I was telling you. It's because the police feel that the average Gambian is a dotted. They feel that the average Gambian doesn't understand nothing. You don't get phone numbers from towers. You must have had a phone number for you to track the phone number to a particular tower and see where that phone call pinged on what particular tower. You cannot do this. You cannot just go to the Africell or go to any network and say, good afternoon, there's a gunman, he had a phone. Can you check for me? No, it's not possible. But that is the sort of idea they want to give the government public. That's stupidity. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't. Any questions?
Yeah, my second question. The 100 people are giving me the number 99. Yes. The second question is the PR of the police. They came today and said they give the information to Sankare or that Salum Plum, Juka.
This serious. This is court order. Come on.
Okay, court order. Calm down. Okay, I'm trying to be serious. Anyway, they give him that information to come and publish it in the public domain that the guy was.
Let me clarify for Gambians.
Okay.
Let me explain.
Okay.
You have 2 police officers shot. 2 police officers shot, dead, and a third one fighting for their life. This is a security breach in governance, administration, and structure. It is a security breach. And therefore, the president of that country must be briefed by the police. He must be briefed. He must be given some sort of intelligence as to the manner of investigation that is ongoing. I do not believe that it was Sankare that was briefed. I believe that it was the president that was briefed. And by extension, Sankare is the spokesperson of the president, and he spoke on behalf of the president and on behalf of the government of the Gambia. I believe that the information, the reason why the president wanted Sankare to go out there and speak, I said before, Sankare cannot speak without having express authority and instructions from the president. He is the commander-in-chief. Let us not forget that. 3 of his security officers have been shot at. It puts the country in a fragile situation. It sends a signal that the security situation in the Gambia is volatile. So the president was briefed. It is possible that Sankara was part of the briefing when the president was briefed, but it is Sankara that came out and spoke, and therefore it was Sankara that we attacked. Because when Sankara spoke, he spoke on behalf of the government. He didn't speak on his own behalf. And now, because Sankara is being attacked, it is invariably, it means that the president is being attacked. Because we don't know what is going in the minds of Sankara. If Sankara was briefed by police intelligence, which they have now admitted to, it means when we are attacking Sankara, Sankara is now going back to the president and saying, you see what the IGP did to me. You see what the intelligence report they gave to me. You see what is going on. I am being attacked left, right, and center. The president, and I know this as a matter of fact, that the president called a security meeting yesterday where he vehemently showed his disapproval and anger at the security chief, at the police, for giving him wrong information and for making Sankara look stupid and making him look like a complete fool and idiot. And they assured the president that that will be corrected. And it is as a result of that press statement came out today, because the police was under fire to correct the facts and not let Sankara be under the train.
Wow.
Because ordinarily, if the police wanted to counter Sankara, they would have done that in their press briefing. But they never made mention of a word that Sankara said. What they tried to do is to diplomatically say, because when they come out to say that the person is not associated with Brikama Area Council, a couple of days before, Sankara had said this man is a staff of Brikama Area Council. What they have said to the average Gambians is Sankara lied to you. But they did not say in that press briefing that we gave the information to Sankara that Sankara gave to the Gambians. So because there is pressure on them to correct the facts, they have gone to do that press statement where shamefully, regrettably, they admitted that they misled Sankara. But what they tried to do was to cover their own backs as well, to tell you that it was intelligence at the time. That was no intelligence. Having a picture of a person saying that this was the person is not intelligence. That's a factual statement. It's common sense. It is logic.
Okay, that's clear. Neneh?
Now, let's say Mel, everything you're saying in regards to, I kind of, you've swayed me now to believe that definitely Sankara was briefed by the police, and not maybe Sankara personally, but briefing Barrow, being the commander-in-chief, and this is a breach of security. Of course, they will go and brief Barrow as to what they had found at that time or whatever. Now, my question is, I'm trying to believe, okay, in that briefing, possibly Sankara was present, or Sankara was also told what the security people, the police had briefed the president. But is it Sankara's place? Was that briefing done for Sankara to go out and tell the public all those details? Now I'm thinking whether that was the purpose of that briefing, or it was just an internal briefing while the police were still doing their investigations to later come out and brief the people from their own side. Because I believe that was
what I believe. And also, what I believe.
Sorry?
Let me answer that first before you go to the second one. What I believe happened is that this act against the police caught the very police themselves by surprise.
Repeat that again, Mel.
Yeah.
What I believe, and this is my opinion, I may be totally wrong. I believe the shooting of the police officers, it actually caught the very police themselves by surprise. And I'm telling you, the top brass of the police, it caught them by surprise. What I also believe is that until 48 hours after, they had no information by regards of intelligence as to who this gunman was. And there was a great appetite from Gambians to know exactly what is happening because people were worried. And because people were worried, the president must have been briefed because the president would have asked questions. This is how government functions. And because the president asked questions, the police wanted to give the president the understanding that they were on top of things. And knowing how volatile the political situation is in the Gambia, the best way and the best thing to say at that point was to try to link it to the UDP, which is the greatest opponent of Barrow. By doing so, the police bought some time because as far as they were concerned, you see, Sankare was now very eager to go on radio to pass on this information. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Yes.
But then, the fundamental question is, why are certain people still occupying their offices as we speak?
Yes, I was going to ask that.
That is the fundamental question, because if the police is taking responsibility for the utterances of Sankare, if the police is indeed taking responsibility for the utterances of Sankare, an utterance of such nature that almost threw the Gambia into a state of chaos,
Wallahi.
somebody must be held accountable.
And that who that must be, Melville? The president or the head of the police?
IGP.
Obviously, who do you know who actually have said that they take responsibility for misleading Sankare? I choose the word misleading because that is not, it's not intelligence at the time.
IGP gotta go.
Somebody has to go.
He's been in too many scandals. It's time for him to go. Since he's been in office, it's IGP this, IGP that, IGP this, IGP that. Scandal upon scandal upon scandal. Now he's taking responsibility of this crazy information, like you said, almost turned the country upside down into flames, literally. Okay. I mean, that was really irresponsible. So if you ask me, IGP needs to go. IGP needs to go. And there was one live that we did. We said we got information that IGP has been doing everything to appease Barrow because there's information that they want to get. They want to take that other Sow. There's somebody last name Sow. Momlenko Bugajoh replace IGP. So IGP is doing everything supposedly, allegedly,
is Sow the
to appease
deputy
Barrow.
IGP?
Huh?
Sow is the deputy IGP?
Probably. There's somebody there that his last name is Sow.
You have about two. You have about 2 or 3 Sows in the police command, and they're all commissioners. They're all in the top rank. So I'm not sure which.
Yeah, but you have one deputy IGP.
Yeah.
Though.
The deputy IGP is also Sow, but there is another Sow as well.
Okay.
So
but I got information. I got information, very clear information. That's been a talk, and First Lady be supposedly more connect on the lijanti. So this IGP may have known about this information, so he's been doing everything to appease Barrow, and that's why all of these people so elect new ola for questioning. That's why all this questioning has been going on, because the Fabuga continue the neka in the right books on the and the right page for Barrow. Lola Dega. You know? Very pathetic. So IGP needs to go.
I'm seeing people saying is that deputy IGP.
Well, I don't know about that. For me, it's just semantics. Whether it's deputy, whether it's commissioner, whether it's what. I think the top brass of the police have to show some sort of accountability, and that is what will ensure that something of this nature never should have happened. But then, let me go back to your question. I personally do not believe, and I've said this to a few people, that Sankara should have been the one who should have briefed the Gambian public.
Yeah.
Now, Sankara could have spoken to Gambians to reassure Gambians and show the position
Mel, can
of
you block
government.
this guy trying to
No, no, no,
look
no.
for
Bye for
relevance? No,
Mujanga.
just block
Bye
him.
for
We don't
Mujanga.
have
Bye
the
for
time. We don't have
Mujanga.
the energy.
Who?
No, just block him. Mel,
I'm not saying.
just block him.
We
We don't
Who?
have the
What's the
energy or
name?
the time.
There are two of them. Just ignore them.
What's the
But
name? What's the name?
Alaji Bambo something. Some myopic-minded, empty-headed individual. So obviously,
I'm not even seeing. What are they saying? I'm not seeing it.
Alaji Bambo land something lean or Alaji
Just block
Bambo
him, we
lean.
move.
But I'm not
We don't have
seeing it.
energy.
I'm not
Understanding what
seeing
he's
it.
saying. He is not. So he's just here distracting. So let's just
Yeah,
I know.
correct. You move on.
It's
We have so much
Alaji
to talk
Bambo
about.
lean something. Yeah, lean.
But I
Yeah.
am not seeing it. I'm not seeing it.
Block
How can I
him
block somebody?
behind.
Just ignore. He's just writing bullshit on this comment section.
I'm seeing it though.
Yeah, we are seeing it.
No,
I'm seeing
the
it. So I don't.
comments have passed. The comments have passed, but I'm sure he's gonna write something again.
Okay, when he does, highlight me. Reply
Yeah, I
to
just write something
There
again.
you go, so we can move on. Man,
He just write something again. You people are just talking. You didn't know anything about this case just now. Alaji Bambo Lean. So just ignore him. Neneh, you are mad. He just write something. He is Barrow supporter or something like that. Anyway.
Email. Respond now to the comment. That's him. Just block him and we move.
I've just blocked him now.
Yeah, we don't have time for this.
Yeah, I've just blocked him
we
now.
move.
Okay. Yes, I agree, because I was at a tanka with your 7th generation. We spent 7 days there. So obviously they will tell you that I was part of them.
No, Neneh,
Lolo tax ma nekkoon di ignore faale waxuma leen ko. Just ignore him. And there were two of them. The other one I cannot remember the name, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Let's move on. But
Melville, you were saying something important.
We agree.
Saying Sankara was the right person to brief the Gambia.
Yes, exactly.
I said, okay, now we need to understand something. So for example, when you had, let's say when you had the Boston massacre in Massachusetts, in America, of course the security chiefs in Boston would come out with a press statement to speak on the event, to give technical security details that are not classified, because some information are marked classified and it is not for public consumption at the time because of ongoing investigation. But at least there's a minimum information that would be given to the public that would show that a person of security experience and expertise is talking to the people, the populace, giving them some sort of assurance and keeping them abreast of investigations thus far. And I did explain that's where you would have something like, okay, do not be worried. We have the situation under control. We have the accused or the suspect in custody. And we believe, usually if you listen to police briefings, they would tell you that we believe, the first thing they would say is that they believe the suspect acted alone, or they would tell you we believe that the suspect has an accomplice who is at large. We have 2 in custody. We have a few people more, and that prepares the state. It prepares the people around to know what they're dealing with.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when that is done, you would see President Trump or President Biden will come out to speak to the American people. And that would show some sort of unity. It brings about a position of authority to show that I am still the president. I am still the commander-in-chief. We've got this under control. I am talking to my security men. I am being briefed. I know exactly what is happening. I am in the loop. Do not be worried. just as we have gone, I mean, you would hear words like Americans would come together again. I mean, I remembered when we had COVID, the Queen of England came out with a very beautiful and brilliant speech. She wasn't the expert in health matters. You had the scientists, you had the researchers, but then the Queen came out to bring that message of unity and said to British people, we have done this before. We have gone through World War I. We went through World War II. We went through recession. And she said, England, Great Britain will come together again. And that was all she needed to say. And people felt reassured. People felt that, oh, yes, you know what? This too will pass. And that is what was needed by the president. In fact, I don't think at this point in time, in such unprecedented time, it shouldn't even have been Sankara to come out. The president of the Gambia should have come out and spoken to the Gambian people. He could have spoken in Malaysia, in one of
the president on earth. He is the laziest president on earth.
No, I do not understand, but he could have just come out and say a word in Wolof, a sentence in Wolof, tell people that, you know what, and I don't know how they say this in Dokaleku. How you say my sympathy in Wolof? Dokaleku?
Not Dokaleku.
Okay. Sigil, you know, Sigil.
Mel.
Now,
Mel, correction. Don't say anybody in distress. Ndokaleko. Ndokaleko means congratulations.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I just say my sympathy.
Mel, Lingawa, but I just want to ask you, but even if he comes out, he still shouldn't speak of the details of the case. That is
not, listen, this is what I'm trying to say. That is not his place to give security briefing. He cannot do that, because if he's asked questions on that, he doesn't know. That is why the president has advisors. That is why in governance, the president will be giving talking points. Even when the president goes for international meetings, to UN assembly meetings, and he's having a bilateral meeting on the side with, let's say, the president of Cameroon or the president of Botswana, somebody, the technical person, the minister of foreign affairs, or the person that is whatever the topic, whatever the conversation is, would already give the president briefing points, a summary of what he should say, a summary of how that discussion should flow. Because the president might not have technical expertise in that area. You do not expect the president to come out and start telling you about weapons that was used. You don't expect the president to come out to tell you about where the gunman was standing. No, you don't expect the president to do that. What you expect from the president is a message of unity, a message of reassurance, a message to show that he is still the commander-in-chief, that he is he has the situation under control, and that he has knowledge of every single thing that is going on. When Osama bin Laden was being attacked, Barack Obama was inside the situation room. He was not an expert in security matters, but he was being kept abreast. And when Barack Obama finally succumbed to the American forces, Barack Obama came out to inform Americans that indeed they have captured Barack Obama, and he can confirm that they have captured Osama bin Laden, and he can confirm that Osama bin Laden had died. But it was left to the CIA, the FBI, to American intelligence to brief the American people as to how that operation was done.
Hamga, we just need Barrow to sympathize with the entire Gambian people that I am feeling your pain. We will get to the bottom of this. That's it.
But again, I think we always blaming Barrow. Barrow has said that he doesn't understand, he doesn't know. Sometimes I want to ask myself, I want to ask the question, if Barrow comes to Sankara and say, go out and talk, couldn't Sankara tell the president, Mr. President, the Gambian public needs to hear you speak, even if it's a word? That's what I would have told the president. He could fire me the next day. I would have said to the president, Mr. President, it is unprecedented in Gambia in recent times. 3 police officers had been shot at. 2 have succumbed to their injuries. They have died. Mr. President, come out and say something. Even if it is one word.
Mel, I
That
agree.
is what we needed.
Mel, I agree wholeheartedly, right? So that is why we all know he has said it himself, Munuma Hauma. So that is why it is very, very important, right? You surround yourself with the right people, right? Now, let's even give Sankara a break. Sankara is
no, but that is a problem. That is a problematic. That is a problematic statement, because for me, people have said this, and I feel people are contradicting themselves. You have just said to me that the president have said Munuma, Hauma. How are you now telling me in one breath that the president should surround himself with people that know the president is clearly doesn't have the ability to identify the people that know?
Oh, well.
So that is the situation. Because for the president to be able, listen, Neneh, for the president to be able to identify the people that know.
Mel, how dumb has he have to be to not be able to
No. You see, Juka.
I don't know how to run the government, but I can pick out who can work and can more
because Juka, I'm sorry, Juka, because you have the mental faculties and ability to understand basic things. There is a common denominator. You have a certain threshold. I'm sorry.
So Baro,
I am not saying me, Melville Bulema Dugal. I did not say Barodara. I am telling you, I am going back to what Neneh said. I love my life.
How is your life right now, Melville?
That is not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, if you go to court, a good lawyer is not the lawyer that just goes and speaks. It is a lawyer that can find the law. It is not only a lawyer that can find the law, but a lawyer that can find the relevant law,
and
the relevant authorities
and
that lawyer can rely on in a court of law. So for you to tell me that a person needs to surround themselves with people that know, the person has to have a common denominator of understanding, aptitude, knowledge, and required skill to know that Neneh is good in this area, and I'm going to use and rely on the expertise of Neneh. What is happening, and I can tell you this authoritatively, what is happening in Barrow's government is that Barrow does not know 90% of the people that he surrounded himself with. Barrow does not know the people that are working for him. These are people that were recommended to the president. Juka goes to the president and tells Juka, hey, Hadikinte, hey, the Fabade, hey, Hadikinte, Hayakore, Bobogende, Dinana, and Hadikinte is hired. Barrow did not have any deep.
Mel moko tek bopam de mo
ñu bax ñim andal but listen, mom tegut ko bopam. I think that is unfair. It is the Gambian people that have taken it on their bopa. Barrow did not vote himself in the polls.
Mel bay ñu buñu rey
Barrow did not vote himself in the polls. Gambians voted for Barrow. And Gambians did not only vote for Barrow once, they repeated it twice. And Gambians, when they repeated it twice, what they said, the message that was sent is that they believe in Barrow, they believe in his aptitude, they believe in his skill, they know that he knows how to rule Gambia, they are happy with their progress, they are happy with the situation in Gambia, they are happy that Barrow and his government is bringing progress, is respecting democratic ideals, is respecting the fundamental rights of Gambia. What they did was to give Barrow a tap in the back and say, Mr. President, it is you we believe in, we want you to continue to rule us. So let us not continue to shift the buck on Barrow. What is the responsibility of Gambians? The average Gambians that went to the poll, you saw the picture of Halifa Sallah, you saw the picture of Lawyer Dabo, you saw the picture of Hadi Kinte, you saw the picture of Neneh, and you chose to vote for Barrow. What is that?
I actually agree with you on that. Bobu mom Gambia ni ñoko laax kon ñom motax ñu koy lekk. Unfortunately ñom ñoko laax de. Waye barotam kenn du ko ci mëna génné mel. Bobu mom
exactly. That's what I want to say.
No,
that's what I want to say. You can.
No, I didn't say Barrow you cannot gain a Barrow. But sometimes I think if the conversation, if the music changes, the dance steps should change. We cannot be dancing Ndaga and they change the music to Pachanga and you're still saying Upajam, oh no, and radio what. You cannot do that. If the music changes, the dance step must change. That is the rule of the game. And Barrow, the first time we can say we did not know Barrow.
Yes, the first time. Sa question bi binda ko suko defe ñu Neneh dina ko wax Melville. Ya nge binda bo batene you have a question. You can just write it. Nañ ko readal Mel.
You know what, Mel and everybody watching, by the powers vested in me, by the 100 people, I hereby declare that we have messed up. We're doomed.
Dega. Hanga tamit Neneh li Mel wax degala. We should also take responsibility. Because Mel want
tell Juka to send the request again.
Okay.
I think
Juka send a lot a request, but let me Yasin. Muna, what would happen if the wounded officer identify a different person? Mel.
Whoa. What would happen if that she has identified a different person? Nothing would happen. But then that tells you, now we're going to ask the question, do we have a credible police force?
Juka is in now, Mel. Add her. Juka is in.
No, she didn't send it. She didn't. I didn't see it. It didn't come up. It didn't come yet.
Juka so Melvin be direct.
So basically, what would happen is, if that were to happen, then we would now begin to ask ourselves: do we think we have a credible police force that would be ready to come out publicly to say that we are sorry, the person we have in custody is not the person we are interested in? But that's the only thing that can happen.
But Mel, they implicated themselves by coming and backing Sankare. Did you think they will do the same thing and telling that officer that maybe she is traumatized or something is wrong in the head or whatsoever? Did you think that?
Say that again. No, I didn't get that question. Say it again.
I said if like in Yasin, I think Yasin, the question of Yasin.
Yeah.
If the officer come and said a different suspect, did you think the police will come and apologize because they have cover up for Sankara? Sankara.
So the police did not cover up for Sankara. We've already established that the police did not cover up for Sankara. The police misled Sankara. The police, we've already established that the police were forced to do that because obviously everybody was attacking Sankara. Sankara is going back to his principal and saying, see what these people are doing to me. And of course, the president must have called them and said to you, hey, you cannot do this to this man. So go out there and take responsibility.
I have a question after Sufeke Amulen question.
Can you ask the audience if they can hear us? Because people are saying they can. Ask them if they can hear
us. Because
some noise if you can hear. Make some noise.
Yeah, people.
Because somebody was calling me.
Make noise if you can hear
us.
They
are hearing us. You get what here?
Push the hard button. Give us hard.
Can I comment? Can I comment on based on the question that
Yasin
asked and Hadija too kind of did a follow-up question. Let's say like Yasin asked, let's say this lady claims to say I saw somebody, right? And he is able to identify whether the one we have in custody is the one, or say, no, do key. I'm sure right now, cannot go around looking for them, because it's not like they have a group of people in custody and waiting for them to be identified. So basically, it's either wow killer, so they gisna, or do key, right? But let's say the lady said do key, then which means we all know, okay, the suspect probably is at large and all that, right? So now it's like, okay, somebody has been detained for, I think, from what, Tuesday to Tuesday. That's already what, 8 days or 9 days, I don't know, right? And not been charged, not been taken to court. And again, there's always a twist. There's already a twist on the side of the security from what they told us, from what Sankara said, coming to said, we said this. Why didn't you tell us that in the first place? You never mentioned none of that and all that. But then now somebody who was a victim has now come to say, this is not the person you have. So that is going to give now us, the public, even though we have doubts on everything that they're telling us right now, it's going to give another twist to everybody else to say, okay, with the police coming and being so confident and telling us, you know, we believe this is the suspect because he has confessed. Even though the confession is in part, it's not in full, right? But then they are so confident and telling us and happily saying, oh, the suspect is cooperating and we are very happy with him because the person is just narrating. And now we have other people telling us, even family members, this guy might be suffering or going through some depression. We had the tape that you mentioned earlier on, Mel. You know, the guy is talking, the lady is talking. But if we all listen to that audio, it's like somebody talking about pepper, somebody talking about ice cream. I mean, what they were talking about was just not jiving or connecting the dots. You know, again, we saw alleged reports of possibly that audio is doctored. You know, I want to believe it's doctored because if you're talking about it, this one is talking about it, I would say you guys are not really hearing each other, or somebody was talking about something somewhere, another person was talking about something somewhere, and it's put together. So honestly, the police need to be very, very careful. They need to tread with so much caution, but again, knowing that time is of the essence because somebody is in custody, not charged, not taken to court, and not released. And that cannot continue. How much longer are they going to continue to hold this guy in custody and not be able to do anything else? So I can also understand right now, I'm sure they're in dilemma. They're not sleeping. If at all everything that they're doing is right and factual, it must be heavy on their side. If it's all a cook and bull story, you know, they might be having sleepless nights. It's a dilemma. Again, all said and done, their families that are mourning still, waiting for a day that somebody will come and say, finally, we have verified information that we can take to court to say, this is the person that has done it, and we're going to make sure that you guys get justice. Or you know what? We have done our best. And what we have in our possession, we definitely cannot prosecute because we don't know who has done it. The suspect is out there at large. Let's say the suspect is at large with the gun not recovered, nothing recovered, then the entire Gambia is not safe and we should all be sleeping with one eye. It's scary.
Okay. Let me say two things here. One is that there are certain laid down procedures and rules that accompany security detail, especially with the interaction with the public. Now, if you go to any advanced jurisdiction where people understand how language, how statements, how words can be misconstrued, when at the initial stage, when whoever it is has confessed to a crime, what you would have expected the police to say, the utterances that you would have expected to come from the police, is that we have a person of interest in our custody. Are you getting me, Neneh?
Yeah.
The reason why you would use those words is as a result of the scenario that you just gave now. Because if the police had said that they have a person of interest in their custody, that for security reasons, for the purpose of the investigation, they cannot name this individual. It is done all over the world. It is standard police operations in practice. then what happens is, in the instance that the police have a different version of events, and for example, like you said, the third person, the victim, this victim who is in hospital, was to identify another person, the police do not have that burden on them to come out and change the facts. Because what would happen is, they've said they have a person of interest, they have not said they have the actual person that committed this offense. And that will enable and allow the police to now update the public based on relevant intelligence obtained at the present time. But this is not new to Gambia. So the police know that you and I are talking about this. They know that public interest in this matter will soon disappear.
Like always.
They know that public interest in this matter would soon disappear. What happened to that girl and that boy that was gruesomely murdered in Busumbala? We spoke about it for a month, maximum. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody wanted answers. The police were forced to come out and clarify things. Nobody has ever mentioned that case again. It is dead and gone. The police understand the pulse of Gambia. The police understand the type of individuals that Gambians are and what they are made of. What happened in the case of Banta Keita? This Banta Keita is an unknown person as far as I'm concerned. There is not a single person that has come out to say, Banta Keita is my brother, Suma Rakala, Suma Setla, Suma Mamla, he was my friend, we went to school together. In fact, I personally believe that there is no, it's my opinion, I may be wrong. I don't believe, I think Banta Keita is just a face. I do not think it is a person that exists within the shores of the Gambia. I don't believe that it's a person that ever existed. Gambia is so small that not one single person has a picture of me and Banta Keita, he's my friend. Not one single person has a picture, we went to school together. If you look at the case of Banta Keita, it is only that passport snapshot that they have. That is what they have always shown. You will never see a different picture of Banta Keita. There is not a single person in Gambian social media space that has come out to say, I have a picture with Banta Keita. I went to school with Banta Keita. I know Banta Keita's mother. I know Banta Keita's father. I know Banta Keita's friend. But this is an information that the police, the state has given you and I, and we've taken it without asking questions. And the police know and understand, they have measured the average Gambian and the way they think and the way they react to information. So yes, we're talking about this now. So that is why they would call a press conference and tell you about nautical miles and latitude and longitude and tower being pinged here and there. Tell you about Oscar whiskey in a press briefing.
Melu Oscar whiskey. Neneh, magi gis ko xamne mu ngi amone question like fanane yaa ngi wax ne
I have a question too.
Yeah, let me ask the guys question. Mel, I have a question. Do the suspect have a lawyer representing him? Did they violate the suspect's right at the first contact with the suspect without providing him a lawyer? Can they hold him in custody for more than 72 hours without charging him? One thing I realized also in the press briefing of the police, I would have expected them to mention that, we did not deny the suspect all or any of his rights, especially that of a lawyer. His family, he has contacted a lawyer, or we have provided him a lawyer during those days that they were interacting with him. That part, we missed it. I mean, they did not tell us, so we're going to take that maybe it did not happen. I don't know, because I think that was information.
But they did say, the guy did say, the police, the security advisor did say that they would follow strict adherence. I copied it. You see, I copied his word verbatim. He said we would follow strict adherence to the laws of this country and procedures according to international standards. Respect for the Constitution and respect for fundamental human rights and that are fully established and respect for human rights fully established under the presumption of innocence of the accused persons. So basically, this tells you basically that they ought to follow that. In fact, let me go back to your substantive question. When the suspect is accused, is within police custody, the first thing the law says that if you go to the CPC, the first thing it states is that the person should.
Can you tell the viewers what is CPC, please?
It's the Criminal Procedure Code.
Good.
Thank you, ma'am. Carry on.
It tells you that the accused person must, and this is the law, must within a reasonable time. And in fact, the law, there are cases that have established that within a reasonable time, mostly is about 3 hours. Within a reasonable time, the person in custody must be told of the reason why he is in police custody or why he was invited for questioning, must be informed of his rights to legal counsel and legal representation before any cautionary statement is taken from that individual or a voluntary statement written. And that is, and one thing, and this goes to the case of Sabali, where I was told that he was being given a document to sign. That is absolutely wrong, because the rights of the person in custody must be informed by the police to them. They must know their rights, and it is the responsibility. The law bestows that responsibility on the side of the police. Within a reasonable time, you must inform them of the reason why they're in custody. Within a reasonable time, you must inform them why they have been invited for questioning. And the law further states that a cautionary statement can be taken, and that the voluntary statement of the accused person, and that is why it is called a voluntary statement, it should be entirely voluntary. And that is where the Miranda rights of the accused comes into play, where the accused is informed that they need not to say anything, that whatever they say might and can be used against them in a court of law. So that is why I was shocked that Sabali was being forced to sign the document, because Sabali is under no obligation under the law to sign a document, to say anything to the police whatsoever, and his right to remain silent is paramount. Now, after that is done, the law further states that if the police have reasonable suspicion, so it is not a blanket right given to the police. The police cannot just arrest you for 72 hours. If the police have reasonable suspicion of the commissioning of a crime, or that a crime has been commissioned, the police have 72 hours to keep you in their custody to establish their investigations. And if it is found that they do not have sufficient evidence to charge you or to establish a charge against you, that you must be released forthwith, either in your own recognizance, which means that you don't have to have a person to bail you. This is what the law says, even though they don't do it in Gambia. You don't need to always call a person. The law does not say by and force a person must come to the police station and bail you. It says the person, if there is not sufficient evidence, can be released either by their own recognizance, where is the person will enter into some sort of a recognizance to say that, yes, if they want me, come back in 1 week or whatever, or the person to be subjected to bail conditions that are not harsh, because you cannot give bail conditions that the accused person cannot meet. There were times during Jame days where they would give you bail condition that you have to find a person who's a justice of the peace, a person who has 6 landed properties, a person who is something part, they give also, they would even tell you that go and bring the bail condition must be met by you bringing a person who's a reverend minister. They make it so tedious. And the law says that bail must not be tedious. You have to grant bail in things that are reasonable. Things that are reasonable. And within 72 hours, that person must be charged and brought before a law of competent jurisdiction. If that person cannot be charged within 72 hours, the law says the police must release them. That is the law. There is no way you can circumvent it. It is a responsibility on the police. You either charge the person or you release them on bail. And people need to understand this. When you are charging, when the police is charging someone, they don't need to charge you with everything they have. They can give you a reasonable charge, something minimal that can allow them to take you before a court of law. And where other charges can come in and establish, they can always amend the charge sheet. Even where cases have started in court, the police have the right to amend the charge sheet and add other charges there. But then it begs the question, why would the police continue to brag about the confession that they have secured from this person, and yet still after 8 days cannot even offer a single charge against this gentleman? And it is strike law that his fundamental rights, his constitutional God-given rights, by virtue of the 1997 Constitution of the Gambia, is grossly violated by the police by keeping him in continued detention without granting him bail or charging him.
And sadly, nobody is talking about that, because a lot of people believe he's a killer and he deserves whatever he's going through. He does not have any human rights right now, which I am very, very concerned as well.
And you know, the sad thing, Neneh, not to cut you off, even when we were talking about him and we started questioning his mental capacity, his mental state, I saw a lot of people were saying, oh, so you guys are going to say he has mental illness, that's why he did that.
I remember.
I'm like, how do you know he killed? And that somebody made a comment, in Gambia, you're guilty until proven innocent, whenever they capture you, when the police catches you, which is so sad. One question I'm Neneh, after your question be, Moy, the fact that the opposition party, because this could have ended up being really bad if the 100 people and most of the Gambians didn't get up and speak against this, right? Or voice out what they think was going on and all the things that they did with the loopholes, right? So if that didn't happen and somehow they link these people, the opposition, especially Birkama, because they mentioned Birkama Area Council and all that stuff and the ramification it could have had, can these people take the government or the police or whoever, the state, to court for defamation of character? And because if you see what's happening in Senegal, Sonko's party, for the longest time, they've been made to look like they're a violent party. And up to now, it's hard for Sonko people, like you have to really be involved and understand and hear a lot of people talk about the Sonko's party in Senegal for you to understand what's happening. For the longest time, I was under the impression that, yes, he's violent, his political party is violent, because that's what they sold, that's the narrative they sold to everywhere, internationally, right? So that being said, is there any case that Birkama Area Council or UDP can have against these people? Because this was really bad, and if it continues to happen, like they've done before, malign their names, right, and make it seem like it's a horrible political party to be part of over the years, especially last elections, tribalism, and all those things that they've linked UDP with. That's my question. I mean, I don't know if there's another question on the table. Sorry, I just came back in.
But that's fine.
Okay. Somebody gonna answer, or you want me to attempt?
No,
to
go ahead, Mel.
No, Melville, answer.
In regards to, do they have a case or can they take them to court? So that's your own question for you to answer.
Well, whether they have a case or whether they can take them to court is not a matter of question, because they have a fundamental right. They have free access to the courts. Whether they can prove that the statement from the police was malicious and that it was intended to defame the Birkama Area Council or the UDP is another question. So we have a presser emanating from the police, where they have said that the information given to the presidential advisor at the time was based on intelligence that they had at that material time. So the police can hide behind that presser, behind investigation, to say that the utterances of the police at that time was based on credible information and intelligence that they had at that time. Now, it will be left to the courts to either want to set a precedent where the police would never, in the future, utter such whatever rubbish until they are sure that whatever intelligence they have can match their pronouncements. Or it would be for the courts to feel that the police acted in good faith and that the presser that they released was, is enough to absolve them of any sort of liability, because they have admitted that they were wrong, and they have admitted inadvertently that it was based on intelligence that they received at that time. So it's a bit of a gray area, but like I said, the courts are there to be tested. So the UDP can go to court. However, you must realize, with the way our court system in the Gambia is, they can be in court for the next 10 years. By that time, probably the people that are now in the hem of affairs in the police would be retired or dead and gone. So it's a matter of counting their losses and deciding what they want to do.
That's clear, Mel. I remember there was a comment somebody was mentioning, I think quoting on Alcamba Times, that there was a rebuttal or a message from the MFDC saying that they don't know this guy, that the police claim that he worked for the rebel group in Casamas and all that. So let's remind ourselves of those people also. I mean, I haven't seen it myself.
Well, that is why earlier on in the program, I did mention and establish that having a confession, securing a confession from an accused person is not sufficient to establish the commissioning of a crime by that individual. Right.
But now
the person in their custody have confessed to owning a weapon, as stated in the police briefing, that was acquired when he was a member of the separatist rebel movement group in Casamas. Now, this group purportedly, because I cannot substantiate the authenticity of this press release from the MFDC,
right,
that they do not have any association with this gentleman. He was never a member of the MFDC. They don't know him, have never seen him. Now, this is a group, a body that is known for accepting one of their own. But Neneh, it is not rocket science. It is plain logic. If indeed this guy was a member of the MFDC, he would have known the territory of Casaman so well to his fingertips, that he wouldn't need to call an individual to help them to stay or to hide. So these are things that you don't need to be a lawyer. You just need to have a curious mind. You just have to have analytical skills to look at things and analyze them and make sense out of it. If an MFDC fighter, as stated by the press release, somebody who understands the terrain of Casamas, somebody who has fought against an established Senegalese army, runs from the Gambia, flees the Gambia after commissioning a crime, an offense, killing, shooting 3 soldiers, 2 casualties. You run all the way, you get into Senegal, only to call and hand over yourself to some silly woman by way of confession. Does that make sense? That is the question that should be asked.
Very well.
And if that person indeed wants to confess, if that person indeed wants to make a confession, and he decided to make a confession not within the Gambia, he saw the need to go outside of the Gambia. He ran away for his safety, for his life, only to make a phone call and confess to a lady. And that person comes back, and up till today, you cannot tell or accurately pinpoint the weapon that was used in the commissioning of those crimes. That is not a confession, because a confession has to be holistic. A confession must not be in part, it must be in whole, it must be voluntary, it shouldn't be done under duress, and it should be done in the presence of an independent witness, signed or thumbprint by the accused person. So that's where we are. Next question.
Yeah, somebody remember we talked about the question that I read of whether the accused person in custody right now was availed the opportunity to a defense counsel, a lawyer. That we don't know because they had not mentioned it anywhere. But now somebody asked, you know, let's say even if at all he has counsel, an independent defense counsel or a legal aid by the state. It's either or, depending if he can afford it or not. But the person is asking, let's say he has a lawyer. Should the lawyer...
No, let me correct that. The law states that a person who has been charged with a capital offense and cannot secure or afford a lawyer must be provided legal aid by the state. The person in question has not yet been charged for any crime or offense that we know of. And therefore, that provision of the law cannot be activated until that person is charged.
Okay,
His
right.
rights,
yeah.
his rights to secure a lawyer, his rights to have a lawyer is provided for. But until he is charged with a crime, the state is not obliged to provide him a lawyer. So carry on.
But he can secure a private lawyer.
Absolutely.
A private lawyer.
Absolutely.
Okay. So in that case, so now I think it's clear in regards to the state providing a lawyer, it's out of the question because he has not been charged. But let's say he has a private defense lawyer. Is it that that lawyer should be kept secret, or the lawyer can be known to the public that I'm the one representing this guy as of now? That's what the...
It is not the business of the police to divulge the identity of a lawyer, of an accused person or a suspect in their custody.
Okay.
It is not the business of the police to do that. The securing of a counsel by an accused person or a person in police custody is that person exercising their fundamental human rights to having a lawyer, a legal representation. And it is squarely their business and the business of their lawyer to inform the general public that indeed this person is my lawyer, or in consultation with the accused person or the suspect, then that lawyer can inform the public that I am the one representing this particular individual. But do not forget that the lawyer is a representation, or the lawyer is representing the suspect or the accused person. And whatever the lawyer says must be by way of instruction from the accused person or the suspect, from his client.
Melville, I have a question. Did you really think they will jail this innocent or alleged person if they did not have the evidence?
Now, it is not the police that jail people, so that has to be established. It is the courts that jail, that can find a person guilty and proceed to pronounce judgment on that person. So the police cannot send anybody to jail. The only person that can, in fact, the police can only remand you in police cell. That is why the law provides that the police can only keep you in their custody for 72 hours. After that, you have to be taken before a court of competent jurisdiction, and it is only that court that can commit you to remand, awaiting or subject to whatever trial that would take place. The police cannot take anybody to jail. It is only the court that can do that. You have to have an order of court to actually take a person into jail, into the prison system. So the police can charge. Now the question is, and what I have said repeatedly, is that the burden to establish criminal liability, the threshold is very high. It is beyond reasonable doubt. What reasonable doubt means is what you and Neneh, Juka, and me are doing. We are asking questions. These are reasonable questions. The mere fact that we can say, what if this is not the guy? The mere fact we can ask, where is the weapon that was used? The mere fact that we can say, but this guy is saying in his confession that he's part of the MFDC rebels. The rebels have issued a statement to say that he's not part of us. The mere fact that police intelligence have led them to say that this guy was a staff of Brikama Area Council, and it came out to be that that was rubbish by Brikama Area Council. It came out again on the police intelligence to say that this guy was seen at the court protest of Chairman Dabo and was very closely associated with the UDP. It came out that that was not true. These are all the things that the defense of the accused person will lay bare in court to poke holes into the prosecution's case. And the law is, the mandate of the presiding judge, whoever is taking this case, is that where the judge has one atom of suspicion or doubt in the prosecution's case, you cannot convict. I would refer you to the O.J. Simpson in America. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit.
You must acquit.
That is the law. And that is the position of the law. Whether it will be applied like that in this case, I do not know. But what we do,
well, they already said that they got, they have evidence and everything that the Haftan, whatsoever.
But that is something they will tell you. But that is something they can tell you. But me as a lawyer, you cannot tell me I have all the evidence, because if you have all the evidences at your disposal, you will not violate a constitutional provision. You will charge that person with whatever you have. If you have a prima facie case that has been established by the police against this individual, they will charge this individual. But let me tell you something though, that most people don't know. Remember, when you charge this individual, you take this individual to court, and it is a capital offense. Therefore, under our laws, it is not bailable. What happens is you have this accused person who is known to run his mouth like okra and confess to anything, being sent to Mile 2 prisons or whatever to meet other inmates and say things that maybe the police would not want at this point in time to be known by the Gambian public or any other person. So you have an okra mouth suspect just talking, yes, Makodef, I did this, that. You take that person to remand, he will talk to anybody that's available. And you know how Gambia operates.
Yeah.
Within the next minute, we will have information that probably the police don't want you to have. So to my mind, my belief is that the person that the police have in their custody, even the police do not know and cannot authoritatively say that they believe that is the person in question. How long have we been here?
2 hours. Say Touré.
And people are still here.
Running his mouth like kanja. Xam nga Melville moom lu ko neex la dee wax. Say that I cannot run in his mouth like kanja. Loolu lay rek. No, say Touré yow léegi ñu génnee la.
Mel,
I'm not cool like that.
Somebody asking to give. Remember, there was somebody who asked about in the absence of the accused, does not have a lawyer to represent him as we speak. So this person is asking whether it is legal and right and not a violation of the accused fundamental right to be in custody and being interrogated until today without a lawyer.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If it is established that the accused person was never informed of his rights to have a lawyer, that alone is illegal. It is illegal. Because the person must be informed of his rights to secure legal representation. But let me tell you something. It does not stop any Gambian lawyer from walking into that police headquarters and say they are here as a lawyer to speak to the accused person and to represent him. It then becomes a matter of police policies and procedure whether that lawyer would be given the permission to speak to this individual where the individual has not expressly stated that this is the person that I'm inviting to speak to me and this is the person that I want. So it's a bit of a gray area that I don't want to give ideas to the police, but you can circumvent it anyways.
You know, there is a narrative that I heard, because after the press briefing of the police, I had this narrative of one of the brothers of the accused that is in detention said that those boots that they collected does not even belong to the accused person, it belongs to him. And they're saying that those boots does not even fit the accused person. I saw that
yes. So those are things. The reason why I am not mentioning those things, because these are things that we cannot authenticate. Yeah. We cannot verify. They're coming from different sources. Well, what I've tried to do is to contain myself within the police press briefing and what Sankare had said, because these are things that came from them. These are authority. They said it. They said it. But yes, we can speculate on all these things, but we cannot rely on them authoritatively, because we don't know where those informations are coming from.
Oh yeah, you're very right about it. You're right about it. Somebody is putting you on the spot and say, Mel, what do you think is behind the killing?
I gave the various scenarios. It could be a drug. It could be a drug engagement gone wrong. I am tend to lean on this, understanding that it was a drug transaction that went wrong. It is possible. It is also possible that I don't believe, what I refuse to believe, that this was just an innocent act of a spontaneous act by an individual against the police. I cannot believe that.
Random shooting.
It's not a random shooting. I don't believe that. So there's so many other things. It could be, some people are saying, you know what, maybe it is state sponsored. That maybe they try, anything can happen. We wouldn't know as of now. But one thing is certain, though, is that the police, okay, this is how, I don't know how to say this because I have to be very careful. Now.
Preach on, Mel, preach on. Bring it on.
Hello, calm down, Mel, calm down.
Okay, Juka says I should not say it, so I won't say it.
No, just say it. Man,
no, I won't say it.
I'm just being silly. You know me.
No, if my heart does not tell me that, let me not say it for now.
Don't say it. We don't want any problems with our lawyer.
Let me not say it. Let me just keep quiet for that point, but it's a very plausible theory that has been going on in my mind, and I have so many loose ends, so many threads from the presser of the police that I can tie it to, and it takes you to just one logical conclusion.
Do you think
I've written on it.
Like a personal issue between the shooter and maybe the first suspect? I mean, the first deceased person.
No, you see, first, we need to establish. I don't want to go into my theory. You need to establish why were those individuals positioned at the traffic light. Is that the norm?
Who is calling Mel?
No.
But listen, Mel. I can tell you, yes, is the norm, because in Gambia you have so many checkpoints randomly everywhere. There was a time
you can have checkpoints randomly everywhere. But what I'm saying is, It is you and me that is saying that we have random checkpoints. But under police procedures, every checkpoint that you see has been mandated and established under their operation.
Right. That's why I wanted to tell you, there was a day I went to the PIU police headquarters in Canifin, and I saw a circular from the police headquarters signed by the IGP. It was stamped on the wall to say that, you understand, they are not allowed to do checkpoints at that time from a period to period, and any checkpoint that
we will so far. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. So far, the information that should come from the police to the public is what never came out. There's some of the things that I believe the police said to the Gambian people are things that I deem as classified information. Now, one thing that should have come out is what were the police doing at that particular area?
Yeah. What is it? Was it?
Was it a stop and search? We still do not know. Was it a stop and search that went wrong? Did they stop a vehicle? We saw at the initial stage, there were pictures being bandied about on social media that there was a particular vehicle with a number plate that was at the crime scene. We saw that the glass was all ridden, and they claimed that it was bullet holes in the windscreen of that vehicle. That narrative has just suddenly fizzled and died out. The police did not say in their press briefing, they did not give any details to that vehicle. But this was a vehicle that was at the crime scene because pictures were taken contemporaneously while the act was going on. But we have not had anything about that yet. So was it a stop and search that went wrong? Was there an altercation between the police and the victim? Was the victim known to the police? Were the police assisting the gunman? Were they strategically positioned to ensure that whatever transaction was done in a smooth way? We don't know. It was for the police to tell us that yes, this was an established checkpoint, that they were doing their job, that based on preliminary investigations, the shooter, the gunman, is not known to these individuals. There was no stop and search. It was no routine search, and that this was just a guy that went there and opened fire. There are so many stuff on social media that are saying that particular vehicle belongs to a person that is working within the government. I don't know. I cannot say these things because I can't authenticate it. It didn't come out of the presser. But one thing I do know, that a vehicle with a registration number plate, meaning that it was registered within the shores of the Gambia, it does not take rocket science for you to point out the owner of that vehicle. But up till today that you and I are speaking, nobody has come out to say that this is my vehicle. I was the driver of that vehicle. And if so, why was that vehicle positioned at that strategic location at that point in time when the commissioning of the crime was ongoing?
Neither has the police came out and
or neither has the police came out to even dispel. Dispel. The police could have dispelled the rumors that are being bandied on social media that that vehicle had nothing to do. But obviously, knowing how Gambia is, somebody would have said that that vehicle is mine. I was just passing by. Oh, nama pakwan for food, nama nge watan. Nama don jenda afra. Nama don jenda mango. But no, it's gone silent, like how Bantaketa has gone silent. We do not know who owns the vehicle. But you know what? Let me keep my theories to myself, Sha.
No,
carry on.
There is a correction. Somebody is asking. We have mentioned possibly if the lady comes out and say, oh, no, this is not the guy that is in custody, and possibly somebody else, or during all these things, then the police will stumble into somebody that they can verify that it's really the shooter, not the one they've held for all this time. Now the person is asking, can this particular person in custody sue the police for detaining him for all this time.
Of course, for wrongful detention. Absolutely. Why not? It's being done every day in the world, all over the world.
No, I
You
would
put
have
this
said
person
yes.
on. You put this person on social media. You've subjected his family to all manner of stuff. Of course, why not? But again,
the lawyer.
No, but let's be clear. But let us be clear, Neneh. It is dependent on what the police have as part of their information. If this guy is the guy that actually went to the police and actually did confess to committing the crime, even though he has not committed the crime, you cannot hold the police accountable.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again?
I said, if the guy, as is alleged, is the person that actually went to the police to confess to a crime that he did not commit, he cannot then turn around and go and try to get redress from whatever he's been subjected to, because now he okra out, now he put him there.
Right. So now Mel, this theory, because we've seen in interviews of the alleged shooter's family, claiming that the guy might be going through some mental issues or depression because he has issues with his Tubab wife. There've been element of truth in that until today. Can they do that, or they can ignore?
No, you see. Let me explain to you. There's something in law, especially in criminal law, called an alibi. Okay. Basically, to explain this in simple, plain language, it is a theory that puts a suspect or an accused person at another place or location when a crime was being commissioned. As in, I don't know other word you will say is a big word, let me not use it, but it's at the same time, like contemporaneously.
Hold on, let me Google. Hold on.
I am in England. I am in England.
No, wait.
Oh, you want to Google? Okay.
We want to Google. We
quiet.
don't understand.
But I think like a crime is being commissioned as a crime is being committed.
She said she's looking up contemporaneously. So let her look it up and tell us.
The commission.
Read it for us.
Like at the same time, right? At the same time.
You can make it read them. You two, you better affair. Read it.
You can read it. I'm a lawyer.
Don't mind me,
without a gown and a wig.
Don't mind me and the 100 people. Continue, Mel.
No, you can
read it for the audience. Read it so that they understand.
I cannot spell. Me, I'm using my phone. How you
you can't spell contemporaneously.
Mel, spell it. Let me Google it.
Or you two cannot spell it.
Me, I have my phone. I have excuse. It's the only phone I use.
Mel, use Gambian English, please. People are telling you use Gambian English.
Calm down. We move. We just wanted to calm down a little bit.
Me,
anyway.
I'm not in this English. I can speak Danish. If you people want.
Me, I'm not in Danish. I'm in English and Wolof, but still, I don't understand this language.
Anyway, back to seriousness. So basically, from the interviews that I saw, the brother is actually saying that this guy was with them at the time that this act was being done. Okay?
Okay.
So basically for me, I am thinking to myself whether this guy, this brother is so drunk, is so retarded that he would know that his brother is in such a mess, has already given a confession to the police, but yet still is trying to derail police investigations. You understand? To the point of actually saying that his brother, like Neneh is saying, the boots is his, the shoes that they got is his, that it is not possible that his brother did that, that the car that they were attributing to the brother is not the brother's car. All these things. I mean, if you go to court, these are things. If they can establish, they can corroborate these things, then really, I mean, it leads us to the same conclusion that there is a possibility that the police have someone in their custody who is not the actual shooter in this event.
Interesting, mind-blowing, intriguing. But Mel, you're really putting people into class. You see, everybody is trying to Google. Everybody is trying to spell. I'm laughing at. Say,
all pretending they understand. Me, at least I'm honest.
No. Look at Sangmedi. Sangmedi just spelled contemporaneously. He says contemporaneously.
Wait.
They're gonna be kicked out of the 100 people. We don't want stupid people home.
Yuka, you will be the first person.
But I found it. I found it, Mel. It says,
read it.
The meaning of contemporary.
No, we are not serious.
But the meaning is the way that happens is done or exists at the same time.
That's me the word again, Neneh.
Contemporaneously. I got it.
100 people. If we want our word, but then like kick out. Man, let me be quiet because Master Wahagomoko.
Contemporaneously. You know what I mean?
Neneh, go ahead and read it.
No,
Anyways,
I read them. Read now,
guys.
Read now.
Well, it means that two things happening at the same time.
Okay.
At different places.
So the guy cannot be eating chicken yassa in Brewfoot whilst the shooting is actually happening at that same time in Jabang traffic light Sukuta. He cannot be at the same place in the same time.
Okay.
It is similar to I mean in law mostly they would use contemporaneously
like
or contemporaneous, but it is similar to simultaneously basically.
Okay.
Please, what did you just say again?
Simultaneously. It's similar
See
to
that one Juka knows that one that she's saying it.
That one I understand, but this other one for law, me, I don't understand. I'm being honest. So
So are we gonna wrap up now?
I think all the question you answered it, Mel.
Yeah, so are we gonna wrap up now? You guys can have your last one.
But Mel, I think we elaborated extensively in regards to the happenings of the shooting, the police, Sankare, and all that. Can we briefly, because we have spent a lot of time here, you know, I am the prefect, the timekeeper. Can we now really move on to the detention of Sabali and Sonko and, you know, staying there for 4 days, which is beyond the constitutional thing? And blah, blah.
We talked about it at the start.
No.
Briefly, but we didn't go into details. I think we spent
what you talked about was trying to give a narration of the possibilities of
to link their arrest to the shooting.
Yeah, exactly. The utterances they post to this thing, the linking. But we did not talk about the actual arrest and them staying there beyond the constitutional mandated 72 hours or whatever.
There's a very interesting question that I'm seeing on the screen. It says, my question to Melville is, if the alleged is proven beyond reasonable doubt that he's the one who actually committed the crime, and later proven by a psychiatrist that he has some mental issues, what is going to be the fate of the case? It's very simple. There are certain defenses that are available to an accused persons in criminal law, and one of them is the defense of insanity. So if you have a psychiatrist in the form of an expert witness that can give testimony and give an accurate description of the accused person's state of mental health, and it is believed by the court, then that person can plead the defense of insanity. But what would happen is that person would not be a free man to go out in the street and go chill, because that person would be confined to a psychiatric home. So he would be sent to a mental institution, because the courts would deem that he is not a fit and proper person to be left to be outside in the street, because he can go again and commit the same crime again against another person. So he would not be sent to jail, but he would be confined to a mental institution. So that's the answer to that. Carry on. Yeah.
Yeah. So now moving on, because definitely we can spend the whole night till morning talking about this thing. And definitely I want to believe people have been sensitized beyond where they were. People have been educated. And, you know, I mean, it's very, very educative and enjoyable, and it's time well spent. But now moving on, Sabali and Sonko were invited for questioning, because that's what they were told, because that's what they tell everybody else. At least this time, I'm happy they were not offered Malta or Julbru or Fanta. But then after extensive hours of back and forth, then eventually they were told, okay, you were detained, right? You were detained Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Taylorland, what is today? Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah. On Monday, then they were charged on Monday, and then finally released on bail on Tuesday. Can you just run us through in regards to, you know, what was right that the police have done, and what was wrong that the police has done in this detention, inviting for questioning and detention and charge and release on bail, and expected to go back and forth to report. Now, reminding us all that this seems to be a trend. This is not the first of its kind. And all the people that has gone through the same thing, allegedly called for questioning for one thing you must have said, and whether rightly so or not, but you're asked, okay, come for questioning, we want to clarify. Then eventually it turns out to be you spend a night there, another night, and you will be asked to bring sorties to be bailed, and nothing happens eventually. You understand? So can you just run us through right there for the benefit of us, the lay people that are not understanding these processes?
Okay. Now, we've already established that there's no nexus, there's nothing that the police have against Sabali and Sonko that has to do with this shooting of the security of the police officers. We've already established that, and the reason why we can come to that conclusion is based on the charge that has been preferred against them thus far. Because if at all that the police had credible intelligence and had, you know, reasonable grounds to link them to the crime of this gentleman, then you would have seen a different charge, and I don't think they would have been even granted bail in this instance, and I think they would have been charged with something else and taken to court, or they would just continue to keep them in detention like they've done to this suspect who is in police custody. So we've already established that, and we can say that, you know, honestly, they cannot be linked to this guy. Now, they being invited for questioning is within the remit of the law. It is within the rights of the police. However, there is a fine balance, and I've made this argument before, that there is no specific provision in the law where it gives authority legally for the police to say to you, we're inviting you for questioning, and then it is a must. It is a legal obligation and requirement for you to go. It is not. Let's look at standard police practice. If I'm sitting in my house in England, and the police call me and say, Mel, you're wanted to report at Oxford police station, I would go. Yeah? Am I mandated on the law. Am I obligated to go? No. I can tell the police I am not going. But what that would mean is that the police would effect an arrest. So therefore, the distinction would be, one, I voluntarily went to the police, and it would be under the auspices of the police questioning me, inviting me for questioning. And whilst I am doing that in that process, until it is established that I cannot go back to my home, or my rights to movement, my freedom has been curtailed, then it would, you know, in a very abstract way, it would seamlessly transcend into an arrest. Because where your rights are curtailed and you are limited by a person of authority, then you are under arrest. Now, in the instance of Sabally and Sonko being invited, they could have gone to the police as an invitation. The police could have questioned them there and then, and they could have told them that they don't need them anymore, and they could have left. Once you are under arrest, you cannot leave the vicinity of the police station. Or again, I will give you a personal experience, and I'm sure the police will not like me saying this, but I'll give you a personal experience. Now, where you go into a police station and the police tell you that they cannot charge you with a crime, that there is no evidence before them to warrant a charge, but it is standard operation in Gambia that the police would tell you that you must secure a bail, a police bail, before you go out. So when I went to Gambia and the police said to me that there's no evidence against me that can warrant them to charge me, but that I can go, but I must admit myself to bail, I told the police that I would not. I am not going to call anybody whatsoever, by way of friends or family, to admit bail for me when I have not been charged for an offense. And this is something, again, that I believe should be tested in our courts. You cannot bail a person that has not been arrested or charged with a crime. The law is very, 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 very clear. Now, people can make the argument that if you look at the constitutional provision, it states that the police must either charge a person or release the person on bail. Okay? Now, the law has to be tested by way of an interpretation by the courts to establish whether a person who is not under arrest is subjected to bail. Can the police invite me for questioning? I go into a police station, they question me. They have not charged me. I have not been arrested, yet they're telling me that I should be subjected to bail. Why would I be subjected to bail when I am not under arrest? Because admitting to bail, you are invariably accepting and giving validation that you have been arrested. So that's by the side. So Sabally was invited, and they responded and accepted the invitation. Now, it is stated and confirmed by you all that once he was spoken to on Friday, they never said a word to him again until Monday. That is an abuse of the law. It is an abuse of that particular provision, because if the police do not have anything, or they could question Sabally and Sonko within an hour, they are expected to be released or charged within that hour. just because the Constitution provides a constitutional limit by which the police can keep a suspect or an accused person or a person of interest in their custody, does not mean that the police should always exercise and enjoy that full 72 hours. And I personally believe, again, until it goes to our courts, where the courts can establish that yes, the police have a constitutional 72 hours mandate. However, based on the facts on the ground, the police not having probable cause to keep that person under detention within 72 hours amounts to a violation of that person's constitutional rights. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Very well.
Until somebody goes to court and say that the police, in this case Sabali, that the police invited me. Yes, the police have a constitutional limit by which they can keep an accused person. It is 72 hours. However, by way of facts, by way of evidence, Sabali can establish to the courts that the police needed me only for an hour. I was only spoken to for an hour. That the police will understand that yes, you have a constitutional 72 hours mandate, but it does not mean you can keep a person in detention when you don't need to exercise the full 72 hours that person can be in your because the law is not saying keep them for 72 hours. The law is saying you can keep them up to 72 hours. And in plain, simple English, if the law says a person can be detained up to 72 hours, it means that person can be released at any period within that 72 hours. Now, in the case of Sabali and Sonko, not only were they kept for 72 hours, but they went beyond the constitutional limit of 72 hours. And only charged them a day after. Obviously, all of us were on social media. We were bringing this to the core. We were putting the police on the spot to let Gambians know that they were blatantly violating the 1997 Constitution of the Gambia. And they were violating the rights of Sabali and Sonko by actually keeping them beyond the mandate that is required legally by law by the police. So, what happens? They were released the second day. Now, can Sabali and Sonko sue the government? Yes, they can. The period they have been kept in detention beyond the 72 hours is illegal detention. And the police had no right or mandate to keep them in detention. And therefore, they can go to the courts and get that and ask the courts for whatever prayers they want. So it is very possible.
But
so
if
I
they
don't know
take
if there's
them to
anything...
the courts in the Gambia, and then of course we know it's kangaroo courts, can it be taken to international courts or no?
No. I do not agree. I do not agree. As a lawyer, that is one thing I would never agree that the courts in Gambia is a kangaroo court. I cannot agree that.
Okay.
In every jurisdiction, you have instances where it would appear that the courts are leaning towards pronouncing judgments that tend to favor the ruling government. But to say that the courts are a kangaroo court, I am not at liberty as a lawyer, as a member of the Gambian Bar Association, as an official.
That's fair enough. I give you that. That's
as
fair.
an official
but
of the court.
Let's say he goes to court and then they don't win and they appeal the Supreme Court and still the same, right? The High Court. So then can this case be taken to, let's say, to an international court?
I took the Gambia government. I have a matter at the ECOWAS court. Neneh knows that, against the government of the Gambia, because I felt my fundamental constitutional human rights were violated by the government of the Gambia. And I felt at the time, with information and knowledge that I have and my expertise as a lawyer, that I couldn't secure, judgment in the Gambia. And I took Gambia to the ECOWAS court. And that is why the ECOWAS court is there. As long as your fundamental human rights are violated, you feel that the courts in the Gambia are either unwilling or unable to prosecute the matter, or you feel that justice would not be served in this instance for maybe your security of persons, your family, or whatever reason it is, and the courts deem you go to the ECOWAS court and your claim is admissible, yes, you can. We've seen incident. I think Fatou Camara, lawyer Dabo, they took the state of Gambia to the ECOWAS court. We saw the case of Chief Ibrahim Mane and all these things. They've gone to the ECOWAS court. So yes, it is very possible. However, it is very, very expensive to take a matter to the ECOWAS court.
Mel, now in that, I just wanted to bring you, because I just opened my laptop to say in regards to the Sabali them being invited, arrest. I understand all that part. But my concern is, again, because precedent has been set and I am a direct victim to that. We all know, you have clearly explained the 72 hours, the wisdom or the rationale between that. But we all know that is always being abused repeatedly, over and over and over and over. Now, for my case, 3 different times, and I open a judgment here. You have the judge in one of the section is defining, because this was the argument whether, because the police were trying to justify why they kept me for 4 days, right? Without taking me to court and without releasing me. Now the judge is defining, like, an arrest has been defined as a seizure of forcible restraint, right?
Of your,
blah, blah.
Of your rights to movement, yeah.
Yeah, rights to movement and all that. That is the taking or keeping of a person in custody by legal authority, especially in response to a criminal charge, specifically the apprehension of someone for the purpose of securing the administration of a law, especially of bringing the person before a court. Then see, you know, quoted another court, whatever, in, I don't know which country, it's Ghana, I think. But the judge
another
is saying,
authority from another country.
But the judge is saying it is a clear provision of the law that nobody can be lawfully arrested and detained when he or she has not committed an offense. So you cannot detain anybody when you cannot prove the person has committed an offense. I think that is what I'm reading in that line.
No, but you see, that is very, very problematic. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That is very, very problematic, because it will be subjected to various interpretations, and it can only be looked at within the circumstance and facts of that particular case. Because if you say a person cannot be arrested unless the police have read that judgment, read that particular part, read that part again. A person cannot be arrested unless
it is a clear provision of the law that nobody can be lawfully arrested and detained when he or she has not committed an offense.
Yes, that is very problematic, because the police cannot only, I find, as a lawyer, I seriously disagree to that. The police do not only have a mandate to arrest you when you have committed a crime. The police have the mandate to arrest you if they have probable suspicion that you are even about to commit a crime. That is strike law. If I go to the police now and I say Neneh is about to go and shoot Hadikinte, and there is probable suspicion and cause before the police that indeed you are about to carry that act, the police have every legal constitutional mandate to apprehend, arrest you, detain you, to establish that you are about to commission a crime.
Right.
But that is why you have,
that's kind of tricky, right?
That is why you have an offense.
You have to arrest someone in order to be able to take them through the court process.
Yeah, and not only that, that is why you have you have an offense, example, attempted murder, attempted rape, because you have not commissioned the offense, but the evidence before the court is that you were about to. So to say that a person can only be arrested after commissioning of a crime, that is not the law. The law specifically states that you can be arrested either prior, on the act, or after the fact of the commissioning of an offense.
Okay,
yeah, because it's tricky, right? Because you have to go through the process for you to be convicted of a crime. So yeah.
Okay.
Well,
So
I
can we
hope you
wrap up
schooled,
now? I'm
yeah,
tired.
I
I'm
hope you
hungry.
school these people enough. I think
Are you
if
tired,
they're
Melvin?
watching
Are you
and
sure you are
listening,
tired?
I don't know.
but listen, for me,
Tell me you don't
the
know.
reason why I brought that was just to compare to Sabali's case, because the reason why we went to court, it was on two things, right? We believe that the arrest was illegal in the first place because they arrested us for
You see,
trespass.
your circumstance, let me explain.
Wait.
Your no, hang on.
But let me learn,
Your
Mel.
I know what you're about to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Helping you.
Okay, go ahead.
Your circumstance was different because you already obtained a court judgment, an order of the court to state that a particular bottle belongs to you.
Right.
And therefore, the act of the police to arrest you because you are claiming the bottle that belongs to you,
right,
is illegal, unconstitutional, because there's already a force of law that is established that you have a right to that bottle.
Right.
So unless it was deemed that the bottle does not belong to you, which would mean that you are stealing the property and defrauding a person that ordinarily owns it, then you have not committed a crime, and therefore an arrest cannot be made on your person. So the circumstances were radically different.
No, that's why I said it was on two things, right? For the fact that we were where we were supposed to be, but we were arrested, so a declaration was made that the arrest was illegal and unlawful. Secondly, being detained for 4 days, which is outside of the 72 hours, that was also another, side that the court also declared that was unconstitutional and my rights were violated. Thus, the state needed to compensate me for violating my right, and that nothing happened. So that's the genesis I wanted to bring to say Sabali has been detained for 4 days beyond the 72 hours. Let's say he goes to court. Is anything going to be done? I don't think so. I have no.
I don't know if you listen. If you listen to my intervention on Kerfatu yesterday, I cited a similar situation that we had. Oh, I'm saying we had. I was not there. That they had in Nigeria, and I discussed privately with you, and I cited this to you. That yes, the courts can give out an order. The police can choose not to respect the order of the court.
But that compromises the sanctity of our courts, Mel.
Yeah, but I am not saying that what they're doing is right. But what I'm saying is the responsibility shifts. The responsibility shifts when the police do not respect court orders. Yet the same police wants to go to the same court to go against another person and have the court give an order that the police can enjoy. It is the responsibility of the courts to put their foot down and make sure that the police respects every order that comes from the court. In your case, Justice Barke, what did he say to the state? If you cannot respect my orders in this court, orders that I have given, do not dare come to my court to ask for other orders on other matters, because it would not be done. If every single court in the Gambia does that, what do you think would happen? the police would respect the orders of the court. Because if they do not respect the orders of the court, there will be a total breakdown of law and order, because the police and the state cannot approach the courts for anything. And that is why, let me take you back to the principles of checks and balances and separation of powers. That is why you have the judiciary checking the executive checking the legislature checking, and it goes like a vicious circle. That is based on the principles of checks and balances, where the judicial arm of government is taking cognizance and realizing that the executive arm is not respecting the jurisdiction and orders and authority of the court. It is for the court to stamp their authority. It is for the courts to stamp their authority. And how can the court stamp their authority? By refusing to grant audience to any police officer. Any police officer. If one single police officer violates the law or the order of any court. If you do that once, twice, I tell you, there will be not a single police officer would violate a court order. The second option that you have,
extension the AG chambers, by extension the AG chambers as well.
That's why I said the executive.
All right.
That's why I said the executive. I'm not divorcing the AG chambers from the police or anybody. I'm saying the executive as an arm of government. If they do not respect the authority of the courts, it is the responsibility of the courts to ensure that its laws, its judgments, its orders are respected. And the only way they can do that is to have the spine to make the executive understand that you have to comply. If not, you cannot come to me in one hand and disrespect me and come to another hand and ask me for something. It defies logic. The second thing that should happen is for people to begin to go to the courts and take these people, these individuals in the executive, the police, or other officials that are not respecting orders, and taking them for contempt of court. However, there is a distinction in that area, because remember, you take a person for contempt, it is the judicial arm that is responsible for contempt proceedings. They can again pass a judgment. But do you know who executes the judgment of the judicial arm?
The police.
It is the executive arm. So if you take the Inspector General of Police for contempt of court proceedings, and there's a judgment passed and he's sentenced, and the police that should effect that arrest refuse to obey the judgment of the court because it is their boss, what happens? It comes to naught. And therefore, the only way that the judicial arm can ensure that the executive arm respects the decision and authority of the judicial arm is for the judicial arm to stamp their foot down and not grant any sort of audience or prayers to any arm of the to any officials of the executive until holistically every single court judgment is respected and adhered to. And where they feel they cannot comply to a court judgment, the procedures are established in law for them to appeal against the judgment of that particular court.
Amen. Mel. Somebody is appealing and saying, I am so sleepy. I'm watching with one eye, but I don't want to go to bed because I don't want to miss anything. So they're appealing that we cut it short and come back another time. They seem to be tired.
Tomorrow. They said tomorrow.
Nah, me, I'm not coming back tomorrow. I'm done.
It's not definite. I mean, people are busy. For me, definitely, I won't be available tomorrow. I have canceled meeting the entire day. When you talk about money budget, it takes the whole day. Definitely, it has been a time well spent. It has been a worthy moment. I have learned a lot, and I continue to learn. I'm yearning to learn more, and I'm sure all the viewers, likewise the co-panelists here, feels the same. We'll just do a close. closing statement, 1 minute each, then we'll close it. And I'm sure, trust me, everybody watching will find time to reconvene and talk about trending issues. This issue has just started. It hasn't gone anywhere. So we will always come when there is a need to come, because we don't want to be repeating ourselves when there is a need for us to come. I mean, the 100 people, we can go on a platform and talk about other burning and trending issues. But on this issue, we would like to come when Mel is around, because it has a lot of legal implications and ramifications that we cannot really tackle in the absence of a legal-minded person, because we don't want to misinform the people. We don't want to misjudge or mislead. Nothing. That's not the intention. So for me, I mean, honestly, I am thrilled. I look forward to a just conclusion of this case, where the victims' families will finally say to themselves, thank you to the Gambia government, thank you to the police, thank you to the Gambian people for standing with us, standing by us, to see to it that our fallen brothers got justice. Because it is to the interest of everybody, every Gambian, that we know who did this heinous crime and the person is put to book. It is our interest. For me, honestly, I don't want to go every day knowing that we don't know who did it, or the person has not been, you know, taken to court or dealt with. And I'm sure every well-meaning Gambian will think in those lines and will feel that way. So until we come your way again, on behalf of the 100 people, as the Commander-in-Chief, we really thank you. We appreciate you. We love you. And Mel, I'll just say a big mwah to you for always coming and dissecting and faramfacceing. Mel, can you say that word? Mel deputation suba mu ngi janga that word.
Mel, can you say that word?
What's the word to discuss and dissect? What is the word in Wolof?
Say your last words. Let's go, my friend.
Faramfacce. Nakara faramfacce.
Ayota munuloko sa continue on. I hand over to you, then Hadikinte, then Mel will do the final closing.
No, thank you. Thank you, Nene. Thank you, Mel, so much for your time. And I sincerely hope the police officers and Yinekasi Caseby, they watch this, or they were at least watching. And, you know, we're not here to castigate them and to make them feel bad and to make things worse. We just hope that they can own up to their mistakes and step up. And also, I'm hoping they will drop the charges for Sonko and Sabali, because Lulu Yobu Nufen. Let's focus back on the shooter, and we all have doubts if the person that they have in custody is the actual person. So because of all the loopholes in their stories, so I hope they refocus their energy. And if they come back and say, hey, this was not the person, we're going to continue to look for the right person. Yes, we will talk about it for one day and we'll all let it go and move on. But at least they're not holding an innocent person allegedly in custody and just making so many more mistakes on something that they were supposed to find the killer. You know, so we will always be here to talk, but at the same time, I don't think us talking should be the reason why you guys don't do your job. We want you guys to do your job, especially lu mel ni rey nit loolu dafa dis boo xam ne is you guys need to find the person that did it. And if this guy that you guys have in custody didn't do it, he would not be deserving to sit there and take for benn place. Loolu axa bu rëy la. And I don't think you guys should be doing something like this. If in case you do know in the bottom of your hearts that he's not the killer, you guys need to let him go and reset the button, and we could all move forward. You guys made mistakes, but you guys are starting to own up to it. Continue owning up to your mistakes, and we can move forward as a nation. You know. On that note, I sign off on behalf of the 100 people as number 17. Okay.
Who is number
All right.
17? You?
Yes, man say today, man 17 say 18 because my mom didn't know. ñun duñ nekk taxaw si number 10 yi déedéet ñun dañoo dem si parce que bu ñu
Well,
jàppee rek
léegi kon man dem naa number 20 Juka.
non sarax ñu rek yéen lañ soxla ngeen taxaw si kanam rek you know yaa ma sut yaa ma ëppa yaa ma sut yow ak nee na yëpp man am na ko ma gis Gambia mu ne ma yow yaay Juka ma ne ko waaw mu ne ma yow ndeke nii nga de mu ne ma yow lu ndaw lii nga laa jinga boo taxawee benn baro def nii ma ne ko bàyyi ma de dimbale ma but anyway I sign off. Thank you so much Mel, for your time and your
Juka, thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, Nene, Melvin, thank you so much because so new at Facebook Live, anytime people come and listen because you educate people. Li nga xam ne ñun beyond ñun suñ understanding about the law. So always that they back comes to this kind of cases, ngay ñëw like the enlighten the nation to put ñu muna digest because the holes the police and the government or the feedbacks or the fake how to call it manipulating the Gambian people nga ñëw break everything down pour ñu mun ko understand. It is the best show. People talk about it always. Melvin is coming. People get excited because if you come on Facebook Live, you are so honest, brutally honest to tell the truth. So Mota appreciate Nenla always for coming on a live digga. And you should be coming live frequently. Hamnani, you are busy. Can amujot, not always, but once a month to talk like about the laws in our country because laws in Eka Fofulen, it is banned. It is like lawless country. Like, and I'm thanking you. How is your life? I hope everything is okay, Nene. And right now you have to tell me how is your life before I go offline.
My life is okay.
Thank you. And you need to calm down when you get out from this life.
Yeah, I will.
Thank you. Love you guys. Nene, thank you so much.
But
Thank you, Mel.
I lodged my complaints, right?
No, but
you have to take my complaint
I told
seriously.
you, calm down.
Mm-hmm. Take my complaint seriously.
I
told you, calm down.
How much one you're number 1 of 100? You're number 1.
Man, I do man number 1. Man number 20 la. I'm number 20, please.
Anyways,
say today, yo yai wali. Banada, say today, yo yai number 1. Thank you, Mel. We really, the Gambian people, almost 80%, and I was reading the comments, people really appreciate you when you come on a Facebook Live, really.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nene. Thank you so much. Okay, bye. Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Mel, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically, I think we're always here to educate ourselves. We learn from each other, and I think the most important thing is that one thing that we have a common denominator that binds all of us is that it's Project Gambia. I mean, we all love Gambia. We all want to see the best in Gambia. I mean, we're not doing this because of anything. I've come out. I mean, it's so funny. I've written stuff defending the police. When I feel that I have to defend the police, if they do things that I feel is right, I will do it. And people always attribute me that I'm supporting the NPP, or I'm supporting the president, or I'm trying to favor the police. But I'm just a person that I will just speak my mind and give my opinion on what I believe and what I know. And one thing I think the police in the Gambia should understand and know is that they are not forced to give out information that they do not have. There is no police force or any security detail anywhere in the world that is under, well, you might be under pressure, but it is not by force. It is not by force to give information to the public that you do not have. You do not have to manufacture information. You don't have to create information. You can tell the public, you can inform the public that at this material time, I do not have information. We do not have information. Investigations are going on, and we would update you as time goes on. Reassure the public. It is well in place for the police to do so. And I think most of the time, the issues that the police are faced with is that there is a whole lot of pressure for them to say stuff, for them to divulge information, for them to speak to the Gambian public and say things that they feel that that Gambians want to understand. So for me, my last point is that, like I always say, I will never insult the police. I will never insult the courts. I will never insult Barrow or the executive. I will just speak my mind. I will give my opinion in a very respectful and credible manner. It is up for people to understand and accept it. It is up for people to discard it. But I want to leave with a quote. It's called Blackstone's ratio. This principle was a principle of law that was expanded upon by William Blackstone. And in his work Commentaries on the Laws of England. And it was there that he said that it is better for 10 guilty persons to escape than to have one innocent person suffer for a crime that they did not commit. And this is what should be the guiding principle of every police officer. This is what should be the guiding principle of every judicial officer, that it is better for 10 guilty persons to go scot-free than to have one innocent man in detention or sentenced for a crime that they did not commit. So the police should be bold enough, be credible enough, if they feel that they have intelligence that leads them to say that this person that we have is not the person that did this crime, or this person and that person is not the person and this is the person. They should not care about what Gambians think or what Gambians say, because that will further give credibility to the police. It would further bring a lot of respect to the police, and we could continue to trust our police force. Because the truth is, we do need the police just as much as the police need us, and we have to work hand in hand together to ensure that Gambia becomes what it has always been known for, the smiling coast of the Gambia, a progressive nation that seeks to emancipate every single Gambian that lives in that country. So on that note, I thank you for joining us. It was a very informative discussion. I learned a lot from you guys as well. God bless, and until we come your way again, peace.
It's a bye. Thank you, Neneh. Thank you so much, Mel.
All right.
Have a blessed night. Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Thanks. Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.